Mr. Flaxman Samuel. He is the CEO, Chief Executive Officer at Luderitz Waterfront. This is why I'm excited and trying to sweet talk him in to see if I can move there. Did you see me like, oh my, what do you need, sir? Do you need hot chocolate? It's in the north, it's hot, but hey, a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. So we're excited to have Mr. Flaxman, Mr. Samuel Flaxman. He is, like I said, the CEO of Luderitz Waterfront, and he has a master's degree in international relations and strategic studies, which he earned at the esteemed University of Lancaster in the UK. So the man knows what he's doing with the waterfront. The strategy is in place. International relations are in place. So I don't know if I qualify as international relations that Samuel, because I'm from the far east, the region formerly known as the Caprivi. So I think DRC, Democratic Republic, but Zambezi is so far, but I should be international relations, so he has done that as well. But above all, one thing that I want all our speakers to focus on today, and what I want to challenge all of us is, there is an acronym that I live by with everything that I do. RSVP. When you're invited somewhere, we always say, no, you must RSVP, RSVP. But mercy mavukustumbeko me. The RSVP means, number one, the R. What results do you intend on getting from whatever you're sharing with us? Or what results do you want to impart on our young entrepreneurs that we are focusing on during this conference? Now, those results, are you going to put your money on it? So the S is the systems. What systems are you able to share? And the systems also include the resources. Are we able to provide systems and resources to our young entrepreneurs, or how can we assist them? I remember one of the speakers yesterday saying, all I wanted, or all my colleague needs is a washing machine. All my colleague needs to start her business is a washing machine. Now, the other most important thing of the RSVPs, the V, the value that you're going to add. I'll share with you a story with regard to the R, because you'd assume you're focusing on results. Those results are supposed to add value, no? Not automatically. I'll tell you a story. I'm from Nampower. So we decided we are going to do motion sensor electricity to save the lights. So all the offices, most of our offices have motion sensors. Systems, yes, all the systems are in place, the resources are in place. Now Mercy, she normally sits in an office. She doesn't move around so much. Guess what? After every 10 minutes, the lights go off. Now my question is, did those results add value to Mercy? So every now and then, yes, I have to. And you can imagine an accountant looking crazy. So remember, whatever results, and for the entrepreneurs, whatever results you're focusing on, make sure it is going to add value. It is going to add value to your customers. Now, you can never add value to a customer if you're not talking and getting into some form of partnerships. That's the P. A form of partnerships and engagement with the people you're trying to focus on. RSVP, my new entrepreneurs, as well as my speakers. You cannot get far without an RSVP. Results, systems, value adding, as well as partnerships. With that said, I'm excited to actually, again, call to the stage our first speaker, who's going to speak on the Luderitz, a key growth point for emerging green hydrogen and oil and gas projects. I think, I can't remember your name, Brother Men, and I can't see you very well. You were more in the technical aspect of things. So entrepreneurs, young entrepreneur, focus and listen. What is happening in Lüderitz right now? Oil and gas, green hydrogen. Where can you add value? Not results, just results, but results that are value adding. I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Flaxman Samuel.
So I operate this?
Yes. Okay. Let me just see, because you focus it on here.
Okay.
This must be the laser. Okay. Then the next is the green.
Wonderful.
And
thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Well, I'm very much delighted to be here this morning. Just yesterday, the same time yesterday, we had a meeting in the harbor town of Lüderitz, attended by the Vice Chancellor of NAST, and also the DED of the Ministry of Finance and Public Enterprises. I begin by saying that that meeting again is to focus on the future of Lüderitz. Lüderitz is a place of interest right now. Few years ago, some people fear to travel to Lüderitz, citing it is too far. We are about 2,000 kilometers away from here to get to Lüderitz. And my question was always, far from whom and from where? Neil Armstrong, the astronaut in the 1960s, went to the moon. And I think that's a human being who went far from Earth to the moon. But he did all that in the interest of research and to understand the planet and the world we live in. Secondly, I would like to thank most sincerely the organizers for coming up with this wise initiative and for agreeing to slot me in for this morning. I know we were supposed to do this presentation on Tuesday, but because of the other assignments, I'll go straight to the presentation. Now, I like to say that for those of you who have not been to Lüderitz, I just want to provide some geography. Lüderitz is located about 850 kilometers from the city of Windhoek. And that harbor town, one of the two harbor towns in Namibia, can be accessed by road. We have a very good road, and thanks to Road Authority and Road Fund Administration and the Ministry of Transport, that road from Windhoek right to Lüderitz, you can observe no single pothole. You can also, of course, the town is also accessible by rail and by sea, and also is home to one of the airports, one of the 8 airports under the auspices of Namibian Airports Company. And of course, if you are brave enough, you can also reach Lüderitz on a horseback, wherever you come from, or by foot. Now, the town was originally founded as a trading post, and it was really a low-key fishing village. Now, at independence, the town was really in a poor state, economically speaking. The town had about 5,000 residents only. And some of those residents who were in town by 1990, most of them were preparing to leave town for greener pastures elsewhere, because there were little economic development happening. Now, if you look at Namibia Statistics Agency's population, they state that the last population, which is about 12 years, which was taken 12 years ago, states that Lüderitz has got a population of about 12,000. However, during the high fishing season, the population may swell to 30,000. Now, the Namibian Statistics Agency, of course, is busy doing a national census, you know, and for planning and everything else, all eyes are really glued when those results are coming out to see what the population stands now, because there has been a lot of economic development and also the blue economy that is emerging now, and to see what the population will be. Now, Lüderitz, the mainstay of the economy right now is fishing, followed by tourism. The town has a lot of interesting features, interesting sites, even some sites that has been declared by UNESCO as heritage sites, including Coleman's Cove, Dyer's Point, and also Shark Island, are all interesting sites to visit. We have also seen, of course, that the mining, both onshore and offshore, have been picking up. The logistics industry around the port is on the growth path, and we now see new emerging economies as far as green hydrogen, gas, and so on, which I will elaborate shortly. Now, the tourism industry and hospitality industry is on a growth path. The town at the moment is in a semi-crisis at the moment. Visitors, especially from Europe, are flooding to that town, and sometimes they cannot find sufficient accommodation. Those people who were looking at Lüderitz as far, Namibians, entrepreneurs and business people, are flooding to Lüderitz as early as yesterday, looking for properties to buy, looking to position themselves. Properties may involve, of course, residential, business, and also industrial. NEMPORT, Namibia Ports Authority, is looking at the moment at extending their quay, which is 500 meters into the sea, with another 300 meters. Why are they doing this? They are doing this to accommodate the increased traffic. There are a lot of marine activities happening in and around the port of Lüderitz. We have seen the SME sector is growing tremendously, covering a wide spectrum of sectors. Now, the green hydrogen, oil, and gas is real. About 10 years ago, the Lüderitz Waterfront Development Company, which I lead, took a decision to invest in that town $500 million Namibian dollars, what we called the second phase of the waterfront, which is nearing completion right now. In addition to that, we also bought all prime sea view land in the CBD of the town. At the time where it was not fashionable to talk about green hydrogen and oil, this land that we bought 10 years ago is now the most sought after land for investors who are coming to us to do projects such as setting up a private medical facilities, a new 100 rooms 4-star hotel overlooking the harbor, and also to buy some flats or waterfront apartments. Now, what is interesting is that the town of Lüderitz is going through 3 phases, or it has been going through 3 phases, what we called 3 renaissance. The first one was the discovery of diamonds. In 1908, around Kolmanskop, during the German colonial era, as they were laying the tracks, some shiny stones started to appear, which were subjected to the lab, and they turned out to be diamonds. And that has really kept Kolmanskop and Lüderitz going. It was one of the most flourishing towns at the time. I must also bring to your attention that so many firsts is associated with Lüderitz. So the first diamond was found in Lüderitz. The first newspaper, the Deutsche Zeitung, was launched at Kolmanskop in the backyard of Lüderitz. And also the first stock exchange in our country was first launched in Lüderitz. And also, of course, the first Deutsche Bank, the building that houses Standard Bank today, some of you have been to Lüderitz, was the first Deutsche Bank ever to be built in this country of us. And of course, after independence, we also built the first waterfront, which is a must-visit destination. Now, Lüderitz is on its way to become the energy capital of Namibia because of green hydrogen and the oil. So, the second renaissance, of course, was driven by fishing. You may recall, some of you, that there is a company called Pescanova, which has been renamed as Novanam, which employs over 2,000 people. When that company was established after independence, it really changed the course of the economy in the town of Lüderitz. Now, the third renaissance, which awaits the town, is the blue economy, which is the green hydrogen and the oil and the gas. So what does it mean for Namibia? I'll skip this. Now, I think really I want to commend NTA and the Ministry responsible for higher education for calling the country to attention and guide Namibians, particularly the young people, in terms of career choices, in terms of what will drive the economy. So in the blue economy space, there is a lot of opportunities. Just yesterday, through the discussion we had, we were informed by NAS that about scholarships that has been given, about 50 students will commence with their studies next year at the NAS campus that we house in the Lüderitz waterfront, a NAS campus that's opening next year. I must also say to you that one of the interesting features that we'll announce shortly or early next year in case is the opening of Namibia's first National Maritime Museum, which is a must visit that is housed in the Lüderitz waterfront, again a blue economy area, which speaks to tourism and the hospitality as well. Now, as I have stated that right now, Fly Namibia they have flights Monday to Friday to Lüderitz. Flights are full. Business people who are going there, and of course those who prefer to go by making use of the road, having discussions with the town council, having discussions with NEMPOT, having conversations with the Lüderitz waterfront to form partnership, to position themselves in terms of what is to come, in terms of investment, business, and of course those industries through Hyphen and our government have been doing some road shows, visiting all the regions, explaining exactly the opportunities that are there so that they prepare Namibians and entrepreneurs in particular to embrace the green economy. Now, the town of Lüderitz, as I have stated, that at independence, it was not looking good. Some buildings were left abandoned, half built, there were nothing going on. If you go to Lüderitz today, the town is undergoing a facelift. All abandoned buildings are now being renovated and put in good use. That's what's happening down there. So without doubt, the town of Lüderitz is destined to become one of Namibia's major economic hubs, driven by the emerging economic sector. Now, government introduced what is called Lüderitz Waterfront Development Company. So the company has now 2 phases that they have built, and we are now gearing ourselves up to proceed with phase 3. So what does the Lüderitz Waterfront do? The company is primarily involved in building infrastructure. By building infrastructure along the sea, we are able to create or to do what we call facility offerings. And we regard ourselves, of course, as an influential catalyst. So what we do, we are preparing the town to be a place that can welcome people through the facilities that we have been providing. Right now, and you can do yourself a favor, we have the best gym in Namibia, right at the edge of the sea. And I've been receiving and taking some of our national leaders who have been gymming there. We have the best conference facilities at the edge of the sea. And one of the things while I'm here, of course, is to talk to the organizers here to ensure that this event takes place in the future capital, the energy capital, which is Lüderitz. I can see why we cannot do that. We will be much more prepared to welcome you and to give you an experience and to feed you with fresh seafood. And the more seafood you eat, the longer you live. And the much beautiful you will look. So we are working towards making the town a best town where people can live, can work, and enjoy. In other words, through amenities that we are creating. Now, Hyphen, which is the company that will be driving the green hydrogen in that part of Namibia, is a tenant to the Luderitz waterfront. We are housing them in our facility. So, the harbour town of Luderitz is undergoing a transformation from a development perspective, and the town is positioning itself to ensure that it has got world-class healthcare facilities, education facilities, a full university campus of NAST is housed by the Luderitz waterfront, which is operational next year. Remember, a town that was just depending on fishing is now on its way to become an intellectual hub. And the town is having strong appeal to tourism. And all these things will need skills in the TVET space. So opportunities are coming, and those who are thinking fast, like investors or entrepreneurs, certainly can position themselves. We are at the moment negotiating with two companies, one located right here in Ongwediva and another one in Walvis Bay, to set up a 100-bed private hospital at the edge of the sea. It will be the first sea view private hospital in Namibia, and you can think what it means. When you land, if you are admitted in that hospital, just by looking at the natural, beautiful sea with a fresh breeze, you can be healed quickly as possible. Take it from me. Now, certainly, one of the major catalysts for sustainable development is human beings. Not only just ordinary human beings, but thinkers, professionals, people that are prepared to push the frontiers of progress to the front, and you could be one of those people. Now, as I have stated, property development is in high demand for entrepreneurs. This is not a joke. The municipality is being assisted by central government now to extend the town boundary some 50 kilometers to accommodate new residents that will make Luderitz their home soon. Some people are looking at a retirement village and to do things like shopping centers as well. Namport, as I've said, they are also looking at building a new industrial port, but they will be making those announcements in terms of timeline very soon. And our company works very closely with Namport. Every second week in Luderitz, we receive large passenger cruises, having global citizens that are touring, docking at the port of Luderitz. And each vessel or passenger cruise has not less than 800 people. They normally arrive 6 o'clock in the morning and leave 6 o'clock in the evening. I can tell you now that all these people will find their way in the new Maritime Museum, pay for entrance fees, and also eat seafood from SMEs, from established restaurants, and buy gifts, locally made gifts. These are all opportunities. And of course, in the transport space, to take visitors around to interesting sites. These are opportunities that are awaiting the will-be entrepreneurs. When NAST was mooted a few years ago, now with the new realities, they are now realigning their programs. As I've said, Fly Namibia and other airlines are now making their way to Lüderitz. And we see also retail industries are also now opening up new shops in that town to respond to the new realities as well. Now, where there are people, people need to eat. Agriculture becomes very critical. But some people, when they look at coastal towns, they say, well, where is the land? It's just too much rocks and so on. Certainly, one can build desalination to get water from the sea, plenty of water. You can desal them. You can use it to do irrigation. You may have heard also about the Neketel Dam, which has cost taxpayers over 7 billion Namibian dollars, which is in the Karas region. We will very soon, I'm sure, government through the appropriate offices will announce timelines in terms of what can be done to boost food security through agriculture, to provide employment to those youth who are prepared to dirty their hands. Not many young people, of course, as much as we are aware about high unemployment among the young people, not many of them are prepared to dirty their hands. And that's the attitude that we need to change. If we need to benchmark ourselves against the best states or best countries, we ought to replicate what they do. We have to sleep less and to do more. We have to innovate. We have to work smart. We have to be creative. We need to focus. And the young people must be able to hear this. I sincerely believe that agriculture holds a great promise to stimulate the economy, to provide employment, and for food security as well. Agriculture, agriculture, agriculture. I cannot overemphasize that. Now, TVET skills are critical to respond to growth points, and SME, as you know, government and Hyphen has prioritized SMEs to benefit from the energy sector. The question is, are you prepared to be part of the beneficiaries? Are you prepared to make a difference as an entrepreneur in the economy? Are you prepared to move the frontiers of progress? And only through TVET space can make that possible. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I am pleased to take your questions that you may have. Thank you.
Wow, after that presentation, like I said, I could hear the RSVP in there. Young entrepreneurs, what results is Luderitz offering us? They have this, oh my God, I heard about hospitals. Remember the resources, the S? Systems in place. One part that I personally loved. You can get sick and a doctor will not touch you when you go to the hospital in Luderitz. We go to Swakopmund to relax and just by the seaside. Now imagine going to a hospital where you just see. And one thing he also mentioned, you grow young on seafood. You grow young on seafood. I'm from the Zambezi region, we eat fish. I'm a lot older than I look now. Imagine when I go to Luderitz, it's reversed. But one thing, young entrepreneurs, that I heard from the presentation, there's so much opportunity. And he also kept emphasizing how TVET is the cornerstone of that economy. He mentioned the road that is perfect. Somebody from a TVET sector did the road to Luderitz. And he mentioned holiday homes. Even that glorious hospital. Somebody was doing or putting bricks together. TVET. Somebody will be doing plumbing. TVET. Me, I'm moving to Luderitz. I don't know about you, but me, I'm moving to Luderitz. And there was a lady from the entrepreneurs who also mentioned something about agriculture. Remember, I can see you right now. You mentioned the fact that you need a doctor once or twice a year, a month. But you get to eat every day, or at least 3 times a day. And you were emphasizing on agriculture. Didn't Mr. Flaxon just actually echo what you said? Agriculture, agriculture, agriculture. And I'm also saying TVET, TVET, TVET. So thank you so much, Mr. Flaxman. I really, maybe the audience can just start jotting their questions for later, or do you want to ask now? Now? Okay, let's go. Where are the microphones? The revolving microphones, I need help. One second, sir, I see you. I'm just waiting for the microphones. I can see the excitement of Luderitz, yeah? Again, remember, young entrepreneurs, what value, what partnerships? Did you see me putting water here? Was there water in the... Hey, I'm trying to connect partnerships. The gentleman there. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dobson Kola, one of the TVET graduates and SME owner. And thank you very much for the opportunity. And I really appreciate the presentation that our senior, Flaxman Samuel, have just presented to us. And I've been following him for the past 10 years.
Ooh, mercy. You have a fan, you have a fan.
I was a member of Zambezi Waterfront. So I know the foundation of the Luderitz, waterfront. So I'm really happy that it has picked up. And the previous National Youth Council event that took place there, it depicted how the waterfront looks like when you are, overlooking the sea. Now, I really appreciate that, Angra Pequena before, previously Adolf Luderitz, but now Ngaminus, which we must really embrace, is, gaining momentum. Now, but due to climatic and geological challenges, that's what transformed that area not to be conducive because of the dunes and strong winds and other stuff, but minerals remained there. Now, I would like our senior, Mr. Samuel, to present a bit of contact information to the business people, especially the TVET graduates. We are not really just young, but we are professional. I don't know whether he was there in the beginning, the previous 2 days. He could see what we have demonstrated. If he was there, then we cannot ask the IT just to play a slide there for what the young people are already owning. So we have practical businesses that can really change the face of Ludaris, from auto mechanics, transport, laundry, tailoring or clothing, manufacturing. There are, a number of them. Agriculture, we can easily transform, plumbing. So we can easily, come October, start doing something there. That is when DBN, all the banks, even the first bank that have been there, to rewind and say, okay, we have these ready 28 SMEs that we shared time with. So if they are ready, let's go to Naminos. We go to Windhoek, we sign all the documentation, we carry our valuable contracts, then we can go start. Because when we speak about agriculture, the Karas region, there is a lot of activities going on there. Osenkie, Norduve, all the grape farm and stuff. But we have new technologies that we were trained under Namibia Training Authority in agriculture field that we can apply to that desert town. It is very, very easy. We do hydroponics, the drip system. We apply quite a lot of new technologies that are deriving from all different farming technologies in Africa, China, United States, Europe, and Australia. So,
okay, Mr. Dobsman, I will actually give you an opportunity. Yeah. I want to encourage everybody, if it's a long statement, let's make it short. But what you will also get, we'll have a networking session at the end. So I'm really wanting to keep it on time. But I promise all of you young entrepreneurs, we will have a network session. We'll have food, we'll have her, then we can, yes.
All right.
So, and then please feel free to engage Mr. Flaxman. Again, like I said, we'll have a network session. You can share what you can bring to the table and everything.
Yes. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. But I just wanted to clarify on the aspect of NTA training that they offer in agriculture that they brought in, how diversified and how distinctive it is, so that you can take advantage of the TVET graduates, because they have the latest technology and skill that Namibia have injected into them. So I thank you very much for the direction. But Mr. Flexman, we really want to engage with you so that we can see what we can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before your hand, sir, can I give her? She also had her hand up. Can I just have somebody assisting? Where's Kathy?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Samuel. Yeah, the only off point for me for Lutherets is the wind. Otherwise, it's a nice town. I've been to Lutherets before. My question to you is the vocational TVET centers that has already approached you, or not yet? But I will network, as she said, during break time. I just want to find out there, maybe as a center, there is opportunities looming there for us. So I just want an answer, because I know of two great gentlemen that are planning to open one in Lutherets. They are children of Lutherets, but they stay in Windhoek. Is there any other?
We have a gentleman here in front.
Good morning. My name is Roger Kutsia, Zambezi VTC, head of Hotel School. Mr. Flaxman, we are coming from the same place. That is my first home, and then I moved to my second home, which is Katima. From Lutherets to Katima, you can imagine the distance.
And they were complaining that to Lutherets it's very far. You can imagine driving from Lutherets to Katima.
I read an article this morning that says that Namibia is the Australia of Africa.
Wow.
Now, I've looked at what Mr. Flaxman was presenting, and he is not carried by excitement, but he's a realist, he's a visionary. How are we positioned with this type of growth? Mr. Flaxman, is there opportunity through the NTA that we can have memorandum of understanding for TVET trainees to have attachment opportunities in Lutretz. This is always a burning issue, that you find trainees are struggling with attachment opportunities. And I think it's one of the key priority indicators under Mr. Nambala's performance, that job attachment, we are looking that it becomes mandatory, if I'm not wrong. We are looking at agriculture. Is there a possibility that salination projects, if TVET can be given an opportunity to actually expose our trainees in that space, so that we can diversify in terms of the traditional agriculture to see a different sphere of agriculture in the South? I am really excited, but just the caution is, are we really ready? Our hotel grew from 9 rooms to 21 rooms, more than 100%. Wow. And the people were not mentally ready. So I think we need to look at these opportunities as TVET trainees, TVET providers. I think there is really growth for the TVET sector. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Should I give Mr. Flaxman to make a statement? Please welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think I appreciate the questions put. Let me start with the wind. Green hydrogen, one of the things that they're going to do is to capitalize on the wind to drive the economy. So what was seen as a problem by some is an opportunity. There are already wind turbines that are moving, and every time that the turbine is moving, it's generating money. When it's come to our development, I have earlier on said that very soon we're going to open $500 million second phase of the waterfront, which is 90% indoor. Even if the wind blows at its best, life will continue uninterrupted. I must also say climate change is a reality. And climate change, the wind that was there in the 60s and the 70s compared to today, the wind has slightly gone down. There are beautiful days in town than in the past as well. And every October, we have windsurfing taking place. It's an international competition. It's broadcast by international media houses, your BBC, CNN. So world records have been broken into the peninsula as a result of wind. So these are the kind of activities taking place. Now, I would also like to thank the first speaker, of course, for the kind words regarding what we have achieved with the waterfront. I must tell you, government established 3 waterfronts in Zambezi, in Hentis Bay, and in Lutretz. We are very proud of what we have achieved, but what we have achieved, the ingredients for success is good leadership and governance. Just yesterday, the DED of the Ministry of Public Enterprises visited our site, just as most government officials that come there, showering the waterfront team with commendations. So we'll continue to do that, to put the bar very high, and certainly we are very proud that we are in a different league of waterfronts. And I would like to invite all of you to make your way and pay your visit to Lutretz to see the best gym, the first maritime museum in the country, and a properly well-established NAST campus that we are housing And these are all initiatives of the waterfront that we took 10 years ago when it was not fashionable that green hydrogen and oil will be discovered, but just because of the foresight. Opportunities for TVET and so on. I must say, firstly, I recognize my sister Vivian Kachiongwa here, the CEO of BIPA, who is also at the same time the Vice Chairperson of Public Enterprises CEO Forum. And I happen to be the Chairperson of the Public Enterprises. In Namibia, all public enterprises, we have a forum of MDs and CEOs. So the issue about youth, limited youth opportunities and youth unemployment is receiving high attention. This is a conversation that we're going to have in a coordinated fashion as to how best we can provide opportunities to our young people and to work with our shareholder, which is government. So, and certainly we will look in all corners of the country in unlocking those opportunities. So this could be attachment, as Roger has indicated as well. We'll look seriously into that. And NTA is an active member of the forum, and we will be engaging them. So I think those are really the questions that they were put. The rest were just comments. Thank you.
All right, so we will proceed with our program. I think all the other questions, maybe we can keep them for during the discussion much later or in the networking session. So our next speaker Our next speaker will be speaking on SME opportunities and accelerating economic growth. It is Mr. Ntinda. Mr. Ntinda. Mr. Ntinda is the economist in the Ministry of Industrialization. So it's called Ministry of Industrialization and Trade. May I just mention that I practice the industrialization. So like industrialization. So I went home early today to just practice this one. So yes, he's the chief economist in the Ministry of Industrialization and Trade, and he possesses a master's degree in economic policy management, which was conferred at one of my favorite places, the University of Zambia. So can we welcome Mr. Ntinda? Industrialization, my entrepreneurs. I can say it, but practice, practice, practice. Welcome, sir. So the pointer, this is just if you're pointing on something. Yeah, okay. And then next and back. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Madam Moderator, thank you for the floor. Yes, good morning, everyone. Okay, I am requested to do a presentation on micro, small, and medium enterprises opportunities, and also accelerating economic growth. Okay, that's the content of my presentation. From the onset, I want us to just to run through some statistics that can also guide us and to have at the back of our mind as I take you through this presentation. We are informed that globally, 90% of businesses are made up of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And also that the workforce, 50% of the global workforce is made up of employees of these enterprises. And the formal SMEs, which we can account for in our economies, they contribute around 40% globally. Now, it comes to the question now, why is it that why it's important to have micro, small, and medium enterprises in Namibia? And part of that question is already answered at the statistics that I just presented. And our Namibia statistic agency is telling us that our micro, small, and medium enterprises contributes roughly less than 20% to our GDP. And it also employs around 200,000 people. And this number of 200,000, mostly it's self-employment. And we should take our hats off to the men and women on street corners, villages, who are really striving to make a living in an honest way. And we should also appreciate that the micro, small, and medium enterprises space is where also innovation at its best. We have some national documents that are guiding industrialization. We have the vision, and we are roughly having 6 years or so to our set year of 2030. The overall objective is that we have to be an industrialized nation by that year, but I think we will miss the target. And this industrialization has to be done by our own human capital. Hence, we are here today gathered to deliberate on TVET sector, which is very crucial in this industrialization. We also have our NDPs with the implementation plans, which are Harambee Prosperity 1 and 2. And our NDPs, our national development plans, normally they take 5 years, and they have set out targets, defined targets within that time frame in different sectors. But our current NDP, it's running until the next financial year. It was extended as it's supposed to expire in 2021-2022 financial year. And we have the Namibia Industrial Policy and its implementation strategy. The Namibia Industrial Policy main objective is that we have to change the production structure and also the export structure of our economy. And we have to do this mostly. The main key players in this effort are micro, small, and medium enterprises. Then we have the National Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Policy, which is guiding in the definition of who should be classified as micro. And in Namibia, when a business is a micro business, it's when, by the national definition, it's when it's either having employees between 1 and 10, or it should have a turnover between 0 and 300,000 Namibian dollars. While by definition of a micro enterprises is when that business has a staff complement of between 11 employees and 30 employees, and or it should have a turnover of 301,000 to 3 million Namibian dollars. And the medium one, which is the last category in this, it should be either having employees between 31 employees to 100, or it should have a turnover of 3,000,001 to 10 million Namibian dollars. So, if all those enterprises that fall in those classifications can benefit in any preferential treatment, for instance, that is offered, can benefit in any of the grant, for instance, support that is coming from the government, and so forth. Now, I want to zoom in a little bit on the role that the Ministry of Industrialization and Trade play in economic growth. So our mandate is that we are charged with the responsibility of developing and managing managing our country's economic regime. And how we are doing this, we are developing appropriate policies to attract investment and also retain, and to increase trade, expand also on our country's industrial base. So we have 4 key main programs in the ministry as functions that we execute on a daily basis. And what we have the function of international trade, where we deal with all the trade agreements, policies, and any other negotiation that when it comes to trade issues. Then we have industrial development, which is a catalyst now that support also micro, small, and medium enterprises. And we have the investment policy unit, and this is the office responsible to develop our investment policies and to make sure that the environment is conducive to do business. And we have also our trade, our commerce function, and this function it looks mostly on our domestic trade. We have to consider issues of regulation. We have to consider issues of trade measures. We have to consider issues of licensing. We have to consider issues of standardization. We have to consider issues of market access. And these all are handled by this function of commerce. Now, in the ministry, under the Directorate of Industrial Development, we have 2 strategic objectives, which are mainly to improve manufacturing so that we can realize industrialization. And we also have entrepreneurship culture promotion, where we are doing it through developing enterprises. So what we are doing here is that we implement projects, we do capacity building, infrastructure development, and also some grant support to our micro, small, and medium enterprises. Just to inform you that between May and June this year, we trained slightly over 1,400 micro, small, and medium enterprises. We did some business simulation training in terms of finances and terms of business management, as well as decision-making wise when you are in the business space. Currently, we are running adverts on equipment aid scheme and also industrial upgrading and modernization programs. Sorry, I think it was misspelled there. It's supposed to be IUMP, but not IUPM. So, and the due date is tomorrow. I don't know how many of our TVET graduates and our young entrepreneurs will beat that due date so that you submit your applications. Under industrial development, we are also having the responsibility of developing sites and premises. We do this through our agency, which is Namibia Industrial Development Agency. This is amalgamation of National Development Corporation as well as Offshore Development Corporation. Actually, they were meshed so that we form NIDA. And the main objective here is that this agency of the ministry has to drive the implementation of all industrial projects. So we have over 148 industrial estates. We have tourism centers. We have residential to dwelling, agricultural holding, also including the micro, small, and medium enterprises business parks. Just also across this road, the main road, the C43 road, there is a business park which is called David Shikomba Business Park, and it's also part of our infrastructure, and it's housing small and micro and small medium enterprises, and where they are trading in different areas. And also we have some light industries also units at the same park for our SMEs that are in mostly metal fabrication, automobile, among others. And also, those red dots, those are infrastructures across the country that we have. And for those who wants to occupy some of these spaces, you can go on the website so that you can just run through of the requirements for what it will take for you to get that operating space. Or you can also visit any of our offices. The other thing that we are doing under industrialization is that we are targeting on some sectors of our economy as part of our growth at home strategy. This growth at home strategy is an implementation plan of the industrial policy. So now what we are doing, we have done some value chain analysis with the assistance of GIZ, where we have looked at some sectors which include metal fabrication, which I believe is also one of the trade here under TVET. And what we have observed is that actually there is a big opportunity that we can take advantage of in terms of now the TVET graduates to make use of. Because if what the current state of how things are done now is that we are importing the sheets, we are importing all the steel materials for this industry for us to do. So now what we are saying is that the light, I think it's being absorbed by, I don't know if it's, I think I have something. It can't. But what we are saying is that now we need to change this structure as per the main objective of the industrial policy. Instead of us, because in this country we have most of the minerals, we have them. Especially for instance, you have zinc, you have iron, you have all what it requires most, for instance, in this value chain. But what we are doing, we are exploring, we are extracting. These mining companies, they are doing that. Then after extraction, we ship out these minerals. So now, the processing has to be done elsewhere. Then what comes back is the flat sheet that comes that you have to use for you to come up with any metal product. So we need to explore that with the assistance of the TVET graduates. We need to make sure that we take space in the processing so that we can have our production inputs of this value chain made here in Namibia. And we also have to take cognizance that our energy supply is not self-reliant, and we need to change that status. And I believe also with now this new development that it's a talk of the town for everyone, we will be able to capitalize on that and make sure that we fill that gap for self-reliance on energy supply. And also we need to upgrade the skills, because the processing, the skills and technology, because the processing that we are talking about, it will require upgraded skill. And when I was preparing this presentation yesterday evening, I had a question at the back of my mind that how ready and competitive are our graduates to take to fill this gap that we have? I believe that's a question maybe we need to answer, all of us. But I'll start with NTA. Now, the other also value chain that I just want to talk on a little bit is on the cosmetic. I think this is an emerging $1 million industry. We have all the raw materials. We have all, for instance, here in the north, you have your marula oil, you have the naras, you have the zimenias, you name it. So, but what is happening, and this is a $1 million industry, but what is happening is that when we collect all these raw materials, the inputs, what I have observed for those one who are in this industry, they are only doing pressing, extracting, then, and also the quality control, yes, it's there with the support of our office, NSI. So, but after that, we are exporting the crude, for instance, oil. Our marula oil, it's hitting the market, for instance, in Europe. It's hitting the market in the USA for them to make the cosmetic products. So now, with the purification and also sterilization and also refining, then we need to come in, do that processes here in Namibia with the assistance of the TVET, do those processes in Namibia, then we come up with final products. When we are saying we have to do the, until we do the product development itself, until we do the packaging, the branding, and so forth. And I want to inform you that our intervention that I talked about for IUMP, Industrial Upgrading and Modernization Program, we have twofold of it, the intervention. We are assisting with equipment, but we are also assisting in terms of branding, product development, and the overall scaling up of the business. Some of the challenges that our micro, small, and medium enterprises are facing in Namibia, obviously we don't have adequate entrepreneurship culture, and I think it's something that we need to instill from the early age as we start school, and I think we need to start inculcating this entrepreneurship culture. People need to start doing some side businesses or after-school businesses, just for us to pick up that appetite of entrepreneurship. Obviously, inadequate financial support, we cannot overemphasize on that. Even though we have interventions that are coming through, we still have to tailor our products, especially, for instance, government intervention that is coming in. You have a big MSC financing strategy, which was spearheaded by the Bank of Namibia, Ministry of Finance, and the Development Bank. But we still need to make sure that we tailor such products to fit the situation and answer the needs on the ground. A poor market access. We have been running a campaign of Buy Local, Grow Namibia for the past 3 years or so. It's still disappointing to see that the local products shelf space, it's still not that good. It's still less than 30% in all our retail shops. And we are trying to push this to make sure that it picks up. Most of our products have to occupy this shelf space in our local retail shops, whether it's locally owned retail shops or multinationals. They have to penetrate in those shelf space. I also want to inform you that the ministry has established the GS1 office, which is a barcode center office, so that all our local produce products, they can be packaged with our Namibian barcode. Because what used to happen is that we are using South African barcode. So, and this thing, it has its own implications in terms whether it's local trading or international trade, because then when the information is put on, when somebody scans, when you hear that key sound, For instance, with the South African barcode, it will give most of the information. If somebody is in Europe and scan that, it will give the information of South Africa. Now, where is the space of Namibia? It's not there. It will be recognized as a South African product. So we have developed the barcode center, and it's up and running, and I'm encouraging that our local entrepreneurs should visit the office and apply for their own barcodes. The other issue that we have also is ICT challenges. We cannot also overemphasize on that, even though as much as we want to be a fourth industrialized nation, or we have to move to the fifth one, revolution, we are still having our own unique challenges that we need to tackle. And this also will be very crucial in the TVET sector, as we have to automate also some of our productions to keep up with other countries. We have also regulatory challenges in terms, for instance, of obsolete laws, and also some lengthy bureaucracies, just unnecessary, that we need to streamline, and to make sure that when somebody wants to register a business, it should take that person less than 24 hours. Then one has formalized their business. Some of the business regulatory development, I think Mr. Kuala and your friends, you should listen to this. For those who have been following the investment and trade space, public space, the ministry has been busy with a consultation on the investment promotion and facilitation bill. What we are saying is that this bill it will repeal the foreign direct investment bill, because the other bill has its own shortcomings in terms of that it was more focusing on only foreign investors, but not really inclusive when it comes to our domestic or local investors. So now this bill will be a combination of both. It will look on both foreign and domestic investments. And the bill is at an advanced stage, actually, because public consultation on the overall bill itself, it's concluded. And what happened is now that it's only the cabinet, then the other two houses, the legislature, which is the upper and the lower houses, to discuss on it before it proceeds to the office of the president. So now, what we have done for this bill is that it will have some sector reservations. So what will happen is that, I don't know if the font is very clear for one to see, but what will happen is that there are some sectors that will have some threshold. For instance, in the construction industry, up to 500 million, it should be reserved for locals. Any project that is of a value between 0 to 500 million, we believe that locals can do that work. So, and the other, for instance, also childcare. Those who are doing ECDs, early childhood development, schools, and all these things. So we are saying that that sector should be 100% reserved for locals. The other thing that also we have to consider, things like salons and beauty treatments sector, it should be 100% reserved for locals, and also other sectors. So the sector reservation list is not exhaustive, but the ministry will come into the public to consult on these regulations before they become part of the Investment Promotion and Facilitation Act. The other thing that I want to highlight is also on collaboration. So we believe that we can, the ministry, as part of our mandate of industrialization, we are currently rolling out garment factories across the country. We have finished one in Nkurenkuru. We are busy with one in Ovitoto, and we will continue rolling out. So, and these garment production, these factories, what we are saying is that they should produce most of our garment needs. In terms of, for instance, school uniforms, I don't know where the TVET is getting their PPEs in terms of overalls. So this is also an opportunity for us to explore and maybe get into a memorandum of understanding. The other area that maybe we can explore with NTA is the maintenance job, minor maintenance jobs in our sites and premises, where these young graduates, they can do that job for us in different trades, depending on the needs. And also, we can explore the other part of training. We have an Empretech office in the ministry. This is a kind of mentorship flagship program where we train both officials and also the entrepreneurs, whether it's startup or existing businesses. So, in conclusion, so the question is, where to from here? What is happening is that I think we have produced a lot of planners in this country. We have produced a lot of managers in this country. But the elephant in the room is the production, the doers, the blue-collar jobs. Are we ready to occupy that space that is being presented in some of those value chains that I have just presented, and a lot more that we have? So with that said, I thank you very much.
All right, dear listeners and audiences, what I picked up from the discussion, I think one most important aspect is the P aspect of collaboration. That is the partnerships and how the ministry is actually surprisingly, I was personally surprised that the ministry is actually also training SMEs. So I think as new entrepreneurs, let's reach out, let's explore. One of the things he also mentioned that stood out to me, let me just look at my notes, was the quality control. They help you really look at the quality of your product. Because that is another thing where you have to evaluate yourself as an entrepreneur. Will your product add value? Remember the example, motion sensor? Will your product add value to whoever your customers would be? So I'm glad to hear that the Ministry of Industrialization and Trade is able to guide you on that, and they're actually providing all those resources to you. Now, with that said, I don't want to stand between people and their coffee breaks. So we'll break for tea. Ooh, apologies, I'm a snob for time. So it is 10:01. I'll be nice and say, can we have a 15 minutes coffee break and mingle a bit? And then we are back here, 14 minutes at 10:15.
You walk up with Kasahota, be a man of bravery. Kaupeka seke mama, be a man of bravery. Kaupeka seke mama. This is what you walk up with Kasahota. This is what you walk up with Kasahota.
I'm feeling strong like Ongwediva. The king is back and I'm here to stay. My strength is high and I'm ready to play. Bahupula could have went astray. Elekenet ni ekesiman van Hodo. I play my fate to just stay on top.
Competition Ongwediva 2023.
Nestled in the heart of the Oshana region, Ongwediva is not just a town. It's a thriving hub for innovation, skills development, and boundless opportunities. Welcome to Ongwediva, crafting the future. Ongwediva has a unique story to tell, especially in the context of the national skills competition Ongwediva 2023.
We are lucky to have a national skill competition to be hosted in Ongwediva, in the sense that Ongwediva is actually one of the towns in the northern part, which is actually have got a very big population of students.
Here in Ongwediva, we are at the Trade Center. It's also a venue that has met the requirements of staging a competition of this magnitude.
At the core of Ongwediva's narrative are its technical and vocational education and training TVET institutions. These centers of learning have become the lifeblood of the region.
This is where we can get an opportunity to start with our careers.
I started building engines at a very young age with my brother and my father, and then I wanted to pursue a career in automotive mechanics.
What inspired me most when I was young, I used to tear my clothes, and it led me to like fashion more.
Learning have become the lifeblood of the region. They are where young minds are molded, where hands-on skills are honed, and where dreams take shape.
The winners of this competition will represent Namibia at the next international skills competition, which will take place in Lyon, France, in 2024.
Ongwediva's TVET institutions prepare students for careers in fields as diverse as agriculture, engineering, hospitality, and more.
Some of our mandate is to provide municipal services. We talk of providing electricity, water, road infrastructure, and these things you can only do it when you have got people with proper skills. And then here is the national skills coming to Ongwediva. What a privilege.
As Ongwediva gears up to host the national skills competition Ongwediva 2023, its significance cannot be overstated. This event will put Ongwediva and the Oshana region on the national stage, showcasing their commitment to skills development.
The national skills competition has proven to be one of such events on the Namibian calendar that is appealing particularly to the youth.
The town is buzzing with preparations. Venues are being ready, volunteers are training, and excitement is palpable. It's a moment where skills meet passion, where innovation meets opportunity.
Experts that are trainers in various training institutions are the one heavily involved in setting up this test project, in overseeing the proceedings of the competition, in marking of the competition projects that are being produced. So they have grown in confidence, they have grown in terms of how they are handling training in the training institutions.
So, as we look forward to the National Skills Competition Ongwediva 2023, remember that it's more than a competition. It's a celebration of dreams taking flight, of skills lighting up the future.
There has been quite a number of value-in-kind involvement from various partners, and we really appreciate and we want them to be with us throughout this journey. Up to such a time we can say now, Namibia is economically liberated. The economy of the country is in the hands of the Namibians because they are well skilled and have developed the capabilities. The country has developed infrastructures and system to run its own economy and to be very competitive with the rest of the world.
Thank you.
Where are you now?
We are here. So Martin, thank you so much. Yeah.
Martin, is it late?
Martin, not yet.
Okay, so Martin will start.
He's coming now at over the past.
This guy, he did present. What did he present?
He didn't show. This is what made us be on time. So he's the one I was informed
to do online. It's likely that maybe he will do online, even maybe him, because he thought his presentation is tomorrow.
Okay.
But I was trying to get hold of him, so I'm still going to get charged.
Especially the ones online, because I thought Kathy told me that this lady was the one who was going to do online.
Is it?
Yeah, let me just
But
confirm.
she's based here in the north.
Let me just check with Kathy, because I remember thinking, oh, it's perfect, because then we can set up with the colleagues immediately.
Okay.
But let me just check again with Kathy.
So there are announcements that I want you to make.
Okay.
That all the guests today, they will be served in the tent.
Okay.
So
At what time? Is it for lunch?
yeah, for lunch. Even for dinner, we're supposed to inform you that, but some people still went to the VIP, but
Yes.
it's not set up for VIP. For the VIPs, we are using the VIP lounge for hiring for meetings.
Okay.
So all guests will be served in the tent, even for lunch. Then
Kathy also mentioned that afterwards there's also
there's a cocktail and network session after the conference. So guys are requested to chill around and network with the young people.
in the tent as well.
Yeah, we will set up some cocktails, things outside.
Okay.
Yeah. And this lady, she's here.
Yes, Dr. Kloppers.
Yeah, Dr. Kloppers is here.
She's the one who's going to talk?
Yeah.
Nestled in the heart of the Oshana region, Ongwediva is not just a town. It's a thriving hub for innovation, skills development, and boundless opportunities. Welcome to Ongwediva, crafting the future. Ongwediva has a unique story to tell, especially in the context of the National Skills Competition Ongwediva 2023.
We are lucky to have a national skill competition to be hosted in Ongwediva, in the sense that Ongwediva is actually one of the towns in the northern part, which is actually have got a very big population of students.
Here in Ongwediva, we are at the Trade Center. It's also a venue that has met the requirements of staging a competition of this magnitude.
At the core of Ongwediva's narrative are its technical and vocational education and training TVET institutions. These centers of learning have become the lifeblood of the region.
This is where we can get an opportunity to start with our careers.
I started building engines at a very young age with my brother and my father, and then I wanted to pursue a career in automotive mechanic.
What inspired me most when I was young, I used to tear my clothes, and it led me to like fashion more.
Learning have become the lifeblood of the region. They are where young minds are molded, where hands-on skills are honed, and where dreams take shape.
The winners of this competition will represent Namibia at the next international skills competition, which will take place in Lyon, France, in 2024.
Ongwediva's TVET institutions prepare students for careers in fields as diverse as agriculture, engineering, hospitality, and more.
Some of our mandate is to provide municipal services. We talk of providing electricity, water, load infrastructure, and these things you can only do it when you have got people with proper skills. And then here is the national skills coming to Ongwediva. What a privilege.
As Ongwediva gears up to host the National Skills Competition Ongwediva 2023,
can we start walking back into the hall, please? Can we start
this
walking
event will
back
put Ongwediva and the Oshana region
so
on
that
the
we
national
can
stage.
finish quick today? You can come in with your cup of coffee, but let's continue and be on TVET time. We're trying to instill a TVET time of operations. Nico.
The various training institutions are the one heavily involved in setting up this test project in overseeing the proceedings of the competition, in marking of the competition projects that are being produced. So they have grown in confidence, they have grown in terms of how they are handling training in the training institutions.
So, as we look forward to the National Skills Competition Ongwediva 2023, remember that it's more than a competition. It's a celebration of dreams taking flight, of skills lighting up the future.
There has been quite a number of value-in-kind involvement from various partners, and we really appreciate and we want them to be with us throughout this journey. Up to such a time we can say now, Namibia is economically liberated. The economy of the country is in the hands of the Namibians because they are well skilled and have developed the capabilities. The country has developed infrastructures and system to run its own economy and to be very competitive with the rest of the world.
Here right now, not far from this place, memories of yesterday swept under the rug, trails of the past uncovered by the wind. We need to realize that we all must share the only way.
Hi, my conference attendants, can we continue? I was nice and allowed you to go up to almost 10:30. Can we please start coming back? I am cognizant of the fact that the queues were long, but please grab your coffee and come so that we continue. We will actually have quite a discussion session. We will have network sessions this afternoon. This time the guests and everybody will be all in the tent. Then we can share and exchange numbers, knowledge, and whatnot. So please just come back in. You will have a chance to interact with the guests, as the speakers, the presenters, and everyone. Hello, let's get back in. I don't know if this will help if I said, guys, we'll actually have a cocktail with the guests if we finish early. Cocktails if we finish early. We'll be with the presenters and everybody in the tent, so that must be a motivating factor, no? Cocktails if we finish early. Come, let's go. So for my speakers and audience, we started the day by me challenging you with the RSVP. For those that came late, what am I talking about with the RSVP? We said we have to focus on results. The S meaning the systems that we would have in place or the resources. The value is what value will your product as an entrepreneur be giving or providing your customer? What value will you be providing as a presenter to us? And then the partnerships. Most of our presenters really emphasized on partnerships and value adding and so forth. So now we'll be going through the session that will be dealing with the nurturing of entrepreneurial mindsets. God, English guys, entrepreneurial. I'm channeling the America. So my blessing is my mother was an English teacher, so right now she'd be like, did you say the bird flew in or is it the bird that flew in? So there's the blessing and curse of English, yeah? Yes, entrepreneurial mindsets. TVET's role in job creation and innovation. So our next speaker will be speaking on TVET as a means of self-employment, apprenticeships, apprenticeships opportunities. And it is going to be Martin Wilkinson. He is a senior TVET expert, but I will not go into what Martin is qualified for. I just want to hear what value is he bringing to the table today. Martin, take us through.
Are you not bored of seeing me already? Because I facilitated, for those of you who don't know, Mr. Samuel, I facilitated on Tuesday. Now maybe it's like, this guy again. Did somebody drop out and just put Martin in? But I've always been on the program. Okay, thank you very much. I was going to do, as the title says, TVET as a means of self-employment. Now, I'm TVET trained. I did a 5-year apprenticeship in the UK as a mechanical engineer. Then I came to Namibia in 1997, and we did water projects, and I did hospital maintenance. And then those contracts dried up, not because I was unemployable, but because I like to say we did such a good job that I wasn't needed anymore. but I was already living in Rundu, I was already married, and I needed something to do. So I looked around and I thought, what's going on in this economy of Rundu of ours? And what I could see was that when, sadly in those days, there was the HIV epidemic was really impacting us. There were a lot of funerals and there were a lot of other events, not so many graduations and baptisms and things, but people were using tents and people were using tables and chairs. But they used to go to the Namibia Defence Force base outside of Rundu and borrow these like very dark and hot and not really attractive tents. So I thought, this is going to be my business idea. So I'm not going to do the usual kind of SME, this is what you do, this is how you start. I'm going to give you advice from my point of view. So I am a foreigner in Rundu, although Kavangos are very welcoming. I'm just like Tati Martin, whatever, Tamwazange, isn't it? Matilda, Tamwazange, and Mr. Lucas, and Clemency, and everyone, okay. So my Gumwas and Damwas are all there. But still, to start a business on your own, without anybody doing it, actually, without any competition, sometimes competition is good to learn from as well. I can do things better. Okay, that's my slide, so I won't talk about that. But this is now a story, and I'm kind of glad that the finance guys yesterday, I was a bit nervous that if I went out on a limb with some of my advice, I know what worked and what didn't work. So I'm going to tell you the things that worked and what didn't work. And I'm glad that some of the advice we got yesterday from our finance people kind of corroborate my story. I feel, vindicated, vilified. How's that in English, Ms. Kutima? So we can kick off. So now you've got your level 3. I say, way, it's graduation time. You've toy around now. You've got your certificate. Now you have some skills. But what are you going to do with these very still fundamental skills? Don't forget, you're not an expert yet. You might have spent 2 or 3 years in a TVET center, but you really got the basics. And they showed you a lot of different things. But now how are you going to specialize? Because entrepreneurs specialize, basically. There was one of our entrepreneurs yesterday that had like 30 things that they do, and I was like, okay, good luck with that, because can you concentrate on 30 different business activities which are so diverse, and can you build your reputation around that diversity? If you're a specialist, you get known. So you've got some fundamental skills, and that's good, and we celebrated. And you needed your level 3. We heard from SME Bank to get your money. I agree with them. Level 2, I might not want to lend you money. Level 3, I'm a little bit more confident. So I agree with that kind of threshold. Am I talking too fast? I'm okay. You get me. In the old days in Rundu, people used to say I sound like wah, 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 but I think I'm a bit clearer these days. So I'll present that outline on our road to self-employment. We're going to seek some opportunities. We need to get original. We've got market research. I don't know why I'm looking there. Technology is down here. Market research, who's buying what? Develop a strategy. The grass is greener where you water, I would say. Don't keep looking. I'm a bit worried that all you guys are going to head off to Luderitz now, and there won't be accommodation, and you'll build kambashus, and you'll be further away from town, and then there'll be alcohol, and there'll be all sorts of other temptations. I don't know how Mr. Samuel's going to deal with the influx of people, but I think it's on development plans, and it's definitely highlighted, isn't it? I've read a few articles, and I would hope that a lot of the supplies going into Luderitz will be decentralized. And I'm glad that the previous speaker said PPEs, safety specs, hard hats, overalls, boots, all of those things could actually be made somewhere in the north or in the central and then taken to Luderitz, so we don't all run there and set up factories just to do it. Let's spread the success of Luderitz around the nation, please. Otherwise, you'll be a melting pot of people looking for jobs, and then the rest of the north is what now, empty? Or what is it? So, and especially agriculture in the north. So, the grass is greener where you water. I'm glad that the lady from Agribank, I knew I would get that wrong. On the drive here, I knew I was going to call Agribank Agra, but it's Agribank. Start small, but create a brand. Client management, the customer is king, and they want to know you. Show me the money. We heard all about that yesterday, and I think some of my advice is going to be corroborated. When to get legal, that might be a bit controversial, but we'll come on to that. How to employ apprentices. Now Dahlia is here, I think, and she's going to be like, why isn't all of your presentation about apprentices? But I'll come on to that. So the first part is seeking opportunities. I'll go a little bit fast because somehow the presentations of the last few days have basically echoed what have on my presentation. But when I got to Rundu, 1997, those were the top businesses. I think everyone who knows a town, any town around Namibia, there's salons, there's cash loans, there's tire changers. There used to be pick-a-phone guys who were a bit younger. We used to go into shops and pay some money and call our mothers in actual shops that just had telephones lined up before cell phones. I'm really showing my age now. This salt and pepper is now actually just salt. So those were the bars. Those were the bars. That kind of tells you what else I did in Rundu. And a lot of car washes. So what's new? Now we've got all these ladies saying, buy from me. They're even called buy from me ladies, aren't they? Or come to me, I'm looking at the ladies. Order from me, that's it, you see. So there's that kind of entrepreneurial aspect. Ordering, having the guts to order something from China, expect it to arrive, unpack it, and then say order from me. I think it's fantastic. It's so brave. I'm not even sure if I'm brave enough to do that now, to put my money on a PayPal site or whatever and expect my stuff to come, expect to get it through customs, and then start selling. I think it's excellent. And there's some really good products that are coming through those outlets. So what I do a lot I still make a lot of furniture, and I still do some welding, and I still do a lot of home improvements in my spare time. Working at GIZ and NTA, sometimes you could be working on a policy for 2 years, you don't see the fruits of your labor. So I don't know if Virginia agrees, like there's a lot of things always happening, but there's only really the fruit after 2 years. So every weekend I try and make something that I can hold in my hand and say, that's the fruit of my labor. It keeps you kind of mentally fresh. So I use Pinterest a lot to look for original ideas. And if you can see the materials, you can see the design, it's a bit original, then you can start to make those things and you can start to market them, and it's something new. Everyone wants something a little bit new in their house. A lot of our furniture stores are kind of same, and I think they don't really like to risk venturing from what's different, but we need to be a bit original. And there's a lot on Pinterest, and there's a lot of other websites as well, as you know, that have a lot of products. Yesterday I was looking through, I'm kind of interested in 3D printing. Did you see the 3D printer in the hall there that's going backwards and forwards, and it's spraying liquid plastic, and the plastic goes hard, and then you have a product? If you look on websites, 50 products for 3D printing, then you'll find some interesting, not mind-blowingly useful, to be honest, cell phone holders and cup holders and key rings and stuff like that. But it's still very original. If you can do a design that you can 3D print, it's the only thing, you're the only person they'll get it from. We have to look around our town or village. What's the economy? Like I said, I found a gap in the market which I thought was marquee tents. I'm doing this because Mercy made us rush our food, isn't it? Right? I have to stand up here and be burping while you guys are fine. I apologize. And where do your skills fit? Let's not be graduated level 3 welder and then you start going into graphic design or something like that. If you want to and that's your passion, fair enough. But you studied welding, so let's do some welding, eh? Let's find a product that's welded. And then use our social media for services already established in other countries. So we all know TikTok, and we all know Facebook for people my age probably, and Insta. There's a lot of things happening in other countries. My algorithm keeps telling me all of this money I can make just by clicking here, and clicking there, using 3 different sites, build it all together, and then suddenly I'm making $100,000 a month. I'm not quite sure if I believe it, and I haven't really tried it. But when I get a bit desperate, it's worth to experiment. ChatGPT, going to YouTube, going to some other, is it called Syllabi? There's a website called Syllabi that helps you create content by artificial intelligence. You don't have to write anything, you don't put your photo anywhere, but apparently 100,000 people click on it and you get money. Nice, ne? Does anybody do that here? Anybody do something like that? Yeah, makes me wonder if it really works. So the next thing is market research. Now this table I did on Saturday evening, and it's just my own brainstorm just sitting at my table on Saturday evening. It's not, doesn't represent months, weeks, even more than a few hours. But what I did was, we are humans, and humans have the money, and humans buy products. We are often pregnant, and we have a lot of babies. So there's products, and there's food and services that goes with that. There's toddlers that need playground equipment. We built some playground equipment in Rundu. I did some swings and slides and stuff for my own kids. There's services like babysitting and childcare and tutoring and sports facilities. So if you just look at that, and honestly, it's not academic, prescriptive, or whatever, but it's something you can do just to sit down and understand that there's products, there's definitely food to be consumed, and there's services. And I think the common one down there is clothing. Everywhere there's clothing. And old age as well. We're all living a bit older. We're all getting a bit more doddery, or maybe we're all actually quite fit. If you go to the gym in Luderitz, I'm sure Mr. Samuel will show you his six-pack later, because he's been to the gym there. But still, we might need some mobility equipment. We might need to get around, and I don't see that so much in Namibia. I don't see so much assistance for old people. They kind of like sit in the rural areas and manage for themselves. But if there's a retirement village in Luderitz and there's retirement villages all over Namibia, then you need more assistance for old people. And possibly that's like a neglected area of entrepreneurship. I'm trying to go a bit fast because I was facilitating and trying to speed everyone up on Monday. Now, I don't want to be a victim, Tuesday, of my own discipline, but we'll have time for discussion. Where I said the grass is greener where you water, you need to know your market, talk to people, get their opinions. Dobson, I think, is the best talker in the room. You can talk, and he can communicate, and he can connect with all sorts of different people. And he's not worried about approaching VIPs. VIPs are very approachable, actually. Just because we put them on a pedestal doesn't mean to say they enjoy it there. The Deputy Minister here was very approachable after the protocols were observed. She said she's a class member in our class, and anyone could talk to her and approach her. So get used to talking to councillors, VIPs, church leaders, school principals. Let's see where the market is. I know a lot of young people in Rundu were very nervous to approach kind of like, let's say, VIPs, for want of a better expression. When we funded a project called Schools Lasting Longer, we trained a lot of people surrounding schools to be maintenance people for the schools, but they were never hired because they never had the courage to approach the school principal, which is a bit like, it's a bit disappointing, isn't it? So how will you penetrate the market? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Develop costing and pricing early, and don't forget about your labor. When I was in Rundu, I used to make security gates and all sorts of other welded products. Mercy knows it well. I think even Mercy has one of my security gates. I can't remember. But anyway, not Mercy, Clemency, sorry. Mercy you can still buy from me, don't worry. So costing and pricing is important, and there's always going to be somebody down the road who can do it cheaper than you. But they're not making any money. They're buying their materials, they're paying their electricity, they're using welding rods, whatever it might be. They're going to undercut you because they think the customers are running to you. But if you stop making any money, then you're just treading water. So you cost and price, and make sure that you've got your labor factored in there. How much do you want to earn an hour? How much does that translate to a week? How much does that translate to a month? And can you live on that? We heard from Harold the other day that 88% of Namibians are living below $9,000 a month, which a lot of the young people here would dream for, but as soon as you add a couple of kids and living expenses and then travel and whatever, then it's soon eaten up. And especially with the cost of food these days, it's even more of a challenge. So now do we want to divide that 9,000 a month into a weekly salary? And then that's 2,250 a week, divide that into 40 hours, that's somewhere near your labor rate, isn't it, to survive? So you can't be going any lower than that because you're just not going to be surviving, and what's the point? So costing and pricing is very, very important. And then how are you going to penetrate the market? Because like I said, you might have a new niche idea, but probably there's somebody doing the same thing. So you're younger, you're more energetic, so you can be more original because you've got more access to social medias and the Instagrams and the TikToks. And you're also going to improve on quality, because definitely everywhere you go in Namibia, there's a definitely a way to improve on quality of different things. You can be a bit cheaper because your overheads are lower. You could deliver faster. You could offer a 24-hour service. I don't know if there's really 24-hour plumbers in Windhoek, but if your geyser bursts in the middle of the night and it's flooding into your bedroom, you want to phone somebody and they arrive. That should be you guys. It shouldn't be, okay, yeah, we'll come at 9 o'clock tomorrow. It's already over, isn't it? And I know in the UK they say 24-hour plumbers means that they'll come within 24 hours, not that they're open 24 hours. So they're just cheeky with their marketing. Then you're going to be local, because local is lekker and everyone wants to buy locally. In fact, in Rundu, when I started my business, I asked a school principal, Mr. Tusi, I said, do you think anybody will buy from me, like a foreign Shirumbu? He said, no, Martin, they will come, because we don't support each other. We always support foreigners. And I hope that's changing, honestly. That was 20-odd years ago. I hope we are now supporting each other, and not like, that guy's Chinese, that guy's from Bangladesh, that guy's from the UK, we're going to support him because I don't want to see Kasuku doing better than me. She's my neighbor next door and she's getting more money because people are buying her products. Let's not buy her products. It's been a cultural thing, eh? I don't know, I don't see people nodding, but I absolutely know it's true. Start small, create a brand, develop a unique message. What did I say? I missed friendlier and offer flexibility. Friendlier is also important, and I'll come to that just now. That, like, the face of the business is really you, and I'll come to that. Start small, but create a brand. In Rundu, our business was called Intents because it was about tents, and you sit inside them, but the word is also intense. So we were intense about being intense, and that created a brand. And I think Lucas and Clemency and everyone remembers that I had the best erections in the region, because you erect a tent, ne? And everyone laughed and thought it was rude, and I still don't understand for this day why anybody should think that erecting a tent is rude. But we did have the best erections in the region, and everyone laughed about it and joked about it and talked about it and stuff like that. And it created a brand and it created a buzz. So we were well known. So that was our unique message. In 13 years, we ran that business, and I sold it to a local guy in 2013, or 2016. No, 2016 I sold it eventually to Gerard Hamatenya, and he's still running it. It's still there today. He got some new tents and stuff. But basically, in the 13 years that we ran it, we never, ever, ever didn't deliver. Our car broke down quite often, and I begged and borrowed cars from people, but we always delivered a tent wherever it was. Sometimes in Grootfontein, we even took 3 tents to Katima. We took them into the villages. We took them all over. We've been to villages that even my wife had never heard of, places like Sikorosompo and Mupapama. We put tents there as well, and we never, ever let anyone down. And I'm really proud of that, and I hope Gerard also has never let anyone down. Sometimes we would arrive at a village and people would be singing and dancing because the party started because the guy with the tent is arriving. It was nice. It used to tear me up a bit, actually. So develop a slogan and a promise, and that was our promise. We won't let you down, and we have the best service in the region. And focus on one thing that you're good at. That's what I just mentioned. You can't be like electrician, welder, consultant, construction, flight engineer, ports and harbour authority, bouncing around all these things. Then you're baking cakes and you're going to do wedding cakes and you're doing cupcakes and then you're also going to service helicopters. Nobody will believe you can do all of those things expertly because you're trying all of those things at once, isn't it? It's kind of contradictory to have your business card full of a range of different services. Even though you're fishing for those different customers, customers are not going to believe that you're an expert at one thing if they see 20 different things that you can do are so diverse. So I'm kind of against that. You can argue with me if you want to. But for me, we just kept it to our business. And get in the media, radio, expos like this one, or World Skills like this one, rather, and try and be here. Even if you can't afford a stand inside, try and be outside. There's cars driving in and out. You've got leaflets, you've got flyers. Wherever people are coming, try and get your brand out there. And I'm very stingy, so I might not hire a stand here, but I might have some ladies in my uniforms or boys and girls in their uniforms handing out flyers outside. In fact, that's what we did in Rundu. When I bought the first 3 tents, they were 3 different sizes, and I rented some land in the middle of Rundu, which is now Galaxy Mall, which is now kind of falling down, I think, isn't it? But I rented some land from the town council, and I put up the tents, and people came from lunch and said, what's going on here, what's going on here? And we handed out leaflets to them, and they could see the tents, they could see the chairs, and that's how we marketed ourselves, almost for nothing. The town council charged me a little bit, but not really much. Client management, the customer is king, and they want to know you, especially in the north, by the way. Whenever you go to businesses, you go into maybe it's a restaurant or a bar, or they're selling motor vehicle things, the owner is never there. I don't know if it's so Namibian or what, and I don't want to offend anybody. Maybe the owner is out somewhere hustling for something else. I wanted to coin that phrase yesterday, actually, SMSH, not SMEs and whatever, but SMSH is small and medium side hustle. So small and medium side hustle, maybe that's where the owner is. But honestly, I had a small office at the back of our tent business, and I wrote some training manuals there. I did some designs for gates. We did other welding products as well. But when customers came, I was there. Mr. Martin, the pastor wants to speak to you. Now you build a relationship and you offer some discount because, did I write it there? Kasiku cannot give discounts unless you empower her. She's working as your receptionist, but if you empower her to deal with the customers, it's only down to you. You know the people who are going to hire, you know how your pricing is, you know what your overheads are. If I want to give you a tent or a wedding cake or something at a discount, I can do it as the owner. And then when I do give that discount, it's a gift, it's never forgotten, and your clients will always come. No, go to Mr. Martin, he'll always help you out. Phone him, he'll always come. 7, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the evening, he'll come. Especially with funerals, né? Somebody passes away, the family start arriving, you need a tent immediately. We used to put tents in Sayemwa, Kaisosi, even further out at midnight sometimes. So we were there. Welcome customers back with non-financial offers. Don't get too involved in discounts, but say you can have something for an extra day. I can add an extra 12 cupcakes. Okay, that is kind of financial. But you know what I mean. It's like be generous, but don't undercut yourself. How can we improve? Ask your customers, was everything fine? Give me feedback. Were we late? Was it scruffy? Did the tent fall down because it rained or because it was windy? What can we do? What new products do you want? Yeah, your tents are old and boring. We want those stretch tents. We want these ones. We want ones like we're going to put a lounge at Christmas and we want something else. So you need feedback from your customers. So keep asking them. And that also builds the friendship and the relationship. If you can't get a good location, go to them. Pop-up shops have become very popular. I'm glad, actually, and I forgot to mention, oh no, it's still coming, but NIDA have those red dots all over the country, ne? Tata and Tinda, you started me off. When all of your red dots around the country, there was a red dot in Rundu, and my unit was in Rundu. Intense is still there at the SME park in Rundu, going into Rundu. Perfect location, because everyone who drives into Rundu had to drive past our shop, and because we had tents, we were always cleaning them with mops, and that was the best advertising we could do. Ah, Mr. Martin and his guys, they're always cleaning their tents, ne? Right on the main road. Best advert ever. So I'll say it again. It says be present in your business, and I'll say it again, be present, or leave somebody who can deal. I think it's very important that you deal with the business owner if you're SME. Do you agree? You're very quiet, but the lights are a bit bright. I can't really see. But all of you SME guys, the entrepreneur guys, you need to nurture your relationships. Obviously, you have to be away sometimes. You have to try and go marketing. You have to go to exhibitions. You probably have to sit for 4 or 5 hours at SME Bank while they go through your application and ask you this, judging your good character and whatever that was. But try and be there for your customers. I honestly, I grew in Rundu because of that, and everyone knew me. For the right reasons. Everyone knew me for the right reasons, not some of the others. Mr. Kambinda, we won't talk about those. So let's move on to money. Show me the money. What I learned from the beginning, I did have some savings when I started in tents. Like I said, my contracts with Lux Development stopped. My contract with VSO stopped. And then I was sitting in Rundu with 2 kids and a wife. So what could I do? So I had the business idea, and then I went out and I bought the first 3 tents and the first 100 chairs and some metal tables with my savings, which was all good. Everything's good now. I'm not in debt, and now I'm renting out stuff. But the cash flow wasn't so good from the beginning. The customers didn't know me from the beginning. And then I started, like, now where do I get money from? I don't have savings anymore. And then I found myself to be very, very broke because my savings had gone, my safety net, my cushion had gone, and I didn't have a bank loan. I didn't really have a good credit rating. So my advice is to, like we said, start small, build your brand. And I'm glad Agri-Bank lady said start small. And I'm also glad that one of the financiers yesterday said, get an identity. Open your bank account. Ndongo was very strong on having a separate business account. Open that separate business account. Put some money in it every now and then so it's alive. The bankers can see what you're doing. If you have a good payday, put some money in it. Only give yourself a drawing. Only take out what you need to survive on. And see that that bank account has an identity. And even I would say, when they talked about credit life cover yesterday, even if you don't need life cover for a loan yet, take some life cover out now. While you're young and healthy, it's very, very cheap. Term assurance only covers your life. It doesn't build into savings or anything, but it's very, very cheap. And if that policy is running, and in 2 years' time, you go to a financier and they say, yeah, but we'll need life cover, you just give them that policy. It's already running. It's already cheap. You don't have to take it out with them. You can't be forced. I hope some of our finance guys, was SME Bank still here? They can't force you to take their own insurance, like FNB tried to do to me once. They said, no, you need insurance with Momentum, which is their insurance branch. And I was like, no, I've got life insurance already with Old Mutual. You can have that policy. You assign the policy to the debt. Okay? So a recommendation to all of you young guys, look at life insurance, maybe 20-year policy that's going to give you 200,000 or $500,000 when you die. It's probably only going to cost you $50 a month or $100 a month, but that policy is there for you to use later. You can give it to the person who wants to give you the loan. So you don't have to be worried about getting life insurance as you're applying for the loan. Am I right, guys? Anybody else has experience of that? Cliff, would you say I'm right? Good. Anybody else say I'm right? I'm feeling that I'm trying to be energetic up here, and you're like, he wants us to get life insurance without even getting a loan, but it's not so bad to have life insurance. My point is that now me at 57 trying to get life insurance is going to be very expensive, but when I bought my house in Windhoek, I was, it was 16 years ago, I was 40, then it was much cheaper. So the younger you are, the cheaper life insurance is. You hold that policy, you can give it to any person that's going to give you a loan. Sorry, I'm going off-piste a bit because it was brought up yesterday. So get a bank loan if you're going to finance your business. I like the SME bank's $50,000. I think it's a bit too much. But if you're a level 3 and you're some sort of TVET graduate and you can get 50 grand, hey, that's fantastic. I wish that vehicle was available when I was trying to start earlier. I think 50,000 is a little bit scary for some of you. It's like, yeah, I only need 10,000. What do I do with the rest? But I think that's always been an issue. But I think small loans are very, very expensive to administer. So that's why SME Bank and a lot of other organizations want to give you a chunk and you're responsible, and then they don't administer all these little tiny pockets. But I like what SME said the other day, or yesterday, that you could borrow the 50, lend it yourself to 10 other people, and then try and get that money back with interest, and then you're a micro lender starting a business with a loan from SME Bank. I thought, okay, micro lending sounds a bit like cash loans, which we don't really like too much. But if that's the seed that's going to get you going, fair enough. The good thing about a loan as well is that you cost and price properly. When I used my own money, I didn't factor in paying myself back, which was dumb, wasn't it? It was very dumb not to pay myself back the loan as well as pay myself back a salary. So if you have to be deducted every month by the bank, SME Bank or Bank Windhoek or FNB, you now have to factor in the cost of service. So it makes you disciplined. A, you have to find that money, otherwise they'll come knocking on your door and take whatever collateral you put up. And Yeah, well, A is probably important enough. So it gets you disciplined, it helps you cost and price, and then you've got a credit history as well to advance your loans later on. That 50,000 over 60 months is like $1,000 a month. It's hardly anything to repay, but 5 years is a long time, and you might need to top that up every now and then, but you've got like a good credit history. I might even say take an overdraft even if you don't need it, and then pay it back. Then the bank knows that you can be responsible with overdrafts. Overdraft is like a short-term loan, basically. But if you don't need an overdraft, apply for maybe $10,000 overdraft and then keep paying it back if you can, and then you build that credit history. The bank thinks you're trustworthy in it. It's a bit tempting, maybe not the best advice, but I know that having used overdrafts a lot through my small business, that every time you pay it back, then you are seen as much more credit worthy. And by the way, the cheapest money is an investor, not a bank at all. If you can get Mr. Samuel and Mercy and Virginia to give you $10,000 each, and they say you must pay me that back in 5 years' time, but with 20%, then you're off and running with their money, there's no interest to pay, there's just the stress of having to pay them back in 5 years' time. But the cheapest money is an investor. We won't go into that because it's a bit more complicated. But if you do find people who can invest in you, like the startups, what's the other thing? My mind has gone. Crowdfunding rather. Crowdfunding sites are something you can look at. Maybe Dobson knows about it, can tell the others about it. But look into those sorts of things. When to get legal? This is a bit controversial. I registered my CC almost immediately. I think back in the day I had 3 CCs running. Quato Pachocho was like my security. Quato Pachocho means no criminals or something, doesn't it, in bad Kwangali? Sliding gates and security gates and stuff, and then we had the tents was a CC. Then I had a consulting that was a CC. What we forget is that CCs need to be renewed every year, and if you don't renew them, there's a fine, and it accumulates. And I don't think people know that there's a penalty for not renewing your CC. Am I right? Has that changed? Does it still accumulate? It does. Okay, thank you very much. And I don't know if people are in like tens of years of arrears, and I don't know how people get out of it, or whether they're very well chased or policed, but I know it's a bit of a shock that you find out that you're in arrears because you let your CC lapse. So I would say, and now I have to look at the people who know these things, whether it's a good idea. Run your business for a few months, get it going, get your customer base, get them to know you. You're a sole trader, you've already developed some relationships, and then you can start to register as a CC. Now you've got some traction. Business people will say traction. Minimum viable product, an MVP that has traction. They'll give you all these buzzwords, but basically it means you're up and running. I don't know if that's good advice, but I wish I never registered so many CCs at one time, and keeping track of them and stuff like that was also a bit dumb. And then even more controversial is, when do you register yourself as a taxpayer in your business as well? I would also say, let me afford to pay some taxes before the tax office, before NAMRA come looking for me. That might be kind of undercover, not to stand on the podium thing to say, but I don't want to start paying taxes on earnings that I can't prove, or I don't have expenses that I can't prove yet. I need to have my accounts in order. I need my outcome, my income, my taxable profit to be very clear and transparent, so then I can present myself fairly to NAMRA. Ensure you'll survive before BEPA and taxes, etc. So I don't know, maybe the next speakers can say what's a comfortable amount of time, or Martin's completely wrong. The first thing you must do is register with NAMRA. But I found that it got me in a bit of a taxation problem, and I wish I'd sort of waited a bit and then had all my affairs in order. Even to be able to afford an accountant, because doing the tax return on your own is quite stressful. I'm still looking there. Now we get to apprentices. There's our minion there, ready to work, and he's going to work for me. Apprentices and apprenticeships. Let's start small again. Only employ when you need staff. Don't start taking people off the street and, yeah, do this, do that, because you don't give them the right benefits. You possibly can't pay them after 2 or 3 months. when you have employed somebody for 2, 3, 4 months, they get used to the salary coming in, they start making plans with the salary, and now you're responsible for their families. When we hear about companies laying off 3,000 people, it's like they don't really care, but I'm sure a lot of those HRs and a lot of the managers and a lot of the CEOs are very, very, very stressed at the pain and stress that they're going to put families under. So be responsible when you're hiring, even as an SME. Understand that you're giving somebody some hope and some plans for the future, and their children are now going to be living off of the salary that you pay, so let's be a bit responsible about it. I kept staff coming and going. I had like 4 or 5 staff. You'll see a photo just now. But we had casuals as well. And I know somebody said, I employ casuals, I give them money, they come and do the work, and then they go again. I think it's fine, because that's how a lot of people move around the country anyway, as casual workers. And they build experience, and maybe they even build their CV by being a casual worker. Salaries, build them into your costs, of course. You're going to have a salary bill. You need to divide it up into all of your products. And please pay people on time. There are so many companies, or so many stories I hear where I didn't get paid. And it's often quite wealthy individuals, especially entrepreneurs, who seem to be a little bit heartless, that just because the cash flow isn't okay this month, they don't pay their salaries. What a way to treat your people. Get yourself a frickin' overdraft and pay your people, and then when the work comes in, you carry on paying your people and you pay off your overdraft. Don't disrespect your staff by saying there's no money this month. Do you expect them to rock up? Do you expect them to be honest? Do you expect them to promote your business outside of working hours? It's not, is it? Let's be disciplined about paying our people on time. 25th is payday, get the salaries in. Even if you don't eat, and I did that sometimes, like look in my cash tin, pay the salaries. I slept at night with an empty stomach, but I know all my guys went away with some money. Now let me move on. I don't know if Dahlia's staring at me. I don't see her, but right. Apprenticeships. Now, if you're an SME and you're just starting, you might not be in the right place to go to NTA and apply for their apprenticeship program. But you must know about it, and then there's other people in the room as well who have their businesses. The Namibia Training Authority Apprenticeship Program offers an incentive to companies who want to take on young people who are going to work in their company for, let's say, 70% of the time, and 30% of the time you will send them to a training provider. You might send them to Okakarara VTC, you might send them to a COSDEC, as long as they can leave with a level 3, by the way. You might send them your choice. But basically, you can receive from NTA 2,500 a month to pay the stipend, the salary of the apprentice, and you will also receive 23,600 a year per level of training. So one apprentice represents 53,600 a year in salary support plus training subsidy. Now, if you're all going ka-ching, 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 that sounds like money in my pocket, you will never keep that money. I promise you. Firstly, the 2,500 a month, you have to prove that you're paying it to your people. And the 23,600 a month, we won't ask for change back, but you might have to buy PPEs and stuff like that. But most of the training and the transport and the tools and equipment that you will avail to your apprentice will be taken up by that money. But it certainly takes the sting out of it. And if I was an SME now, if I still had my tent business, and if there was a qualification on the framework that was something like event management, I could have 3 or 4 apprentices doing event management, but running my business, and I wouldn't have to find their salary, would I? Or I might top up their salary, because now my income has increased because I've got more labor, I can take on more work. So now the SME is benefiting from NTA's incentive to employ young people in an apprenticeship, and also the SME can grow because they don't have a burden of such a high salary bill. So you can see all of that. Let me talk about the conditions first a bit. You must pass a workplace approval. So if you're making wedding cakes in your kitchen, and that's your SME, somebody from NTA will say, yeah, but this is your kitchen. How do you expect 2 apprentices to just be standing behind you with an apron on? They're not getting a taste of the qualification. They're not getting a wholesome access to all of the unit standards that are in the qualification. So only when you're a bit established, you've got tools, equipment, you've got a process, you've got a production line, that's when the work approval will be accepted and proved that you can give that apprentice a decent taste of the qualification. You'll also have to have mentors. Did I write it there? Oh, yes. You have to have a mentor. It could be you as the business owner. If you're qualified and you've got experience and then you can mentor 2 or 3 people. Mentoring is not just about training or coaching, but it's also about human behavior. It's about ethics. It's about, are you drinking too much in the evening? Are you having relationship problems? Is your parent sick? How are you coming to work in a healthy mental state? That's where mentoring gets you. And so as a mentor, you need some definite skill sets to be empathetic. You need to build trust. You need to understand people's problems, how they can approach you, how they shouldn't approach you, how friendly you might not get with somebody as well, because you don't want to be like having romances in the workplace, possibly. Well, that's up to you, I suppose, but I wouldn't advise it, depending on the size of the company and however. So you need to show that you're going to have mentors when you apply to the NTA to take on apprentices. You need to have a workplace approval. You need to have a relationship with the training provider already. Go and get a quotation from Mr. Lucas at Rundu VTC or Moses at Okakarara and say, how much is it going to be for me to put this person or these 2 or 3 people through a hairdressing apprenticeship? They'll work with me for 6 months of the year, then they'll come to Okakarara for 2 months. I'm not sure exactly, Moses, how your timetabling works, but I know you have apprentices there. And you work that out. You've done your homework. Then you go to NTA with the names of your mentors, the CVs of your mentors. You know that you'll pass a workplace approval. You know that you've got a relationship with a training provider and the cost and how it's going to be. And you know how you're going to cycle your apprentices in and out of a workplace. I must say that apprenticeships are different from job attachments. Everybody gets confused with that at all sorts of levels. All sorts of levels, people think that job attachment and apprenticeship are the same thing. They are not. A job attachment or an internship is when you need experience from the industry, but you're still studying. Or you've just finished studying and you need some experience from an industry. So what the VTCs do, I don't know, Johannes, do you still do it? Do you give them letters and they go looking for their own places? Some of the other VTCs have liaison officers that talk to businesses and say, please can you take 3 or 4 of our trainees? So you are not employed by that business where you go and do work experience, where you're attached. You're still part of the training center and you're going for experience. When you're an apprentice, you are employed under training, but you're employed by that company. You're employed by the SME. The SME or the big business, whether it's Namport or whether it's Martin's Cupcakes, you will get holidays, you will get sick pay, you will get maternity leave. Even though you're still an apprentice, you get all the benefits that an employee gets. But if you fail your years, then that's when your employment contract can be curtailed. Because you're not trying, you're not studying, you're not fitting in with that business. So under training, you have a yearly apprenticeship agreement contract, and if you don't pass 1 year to the next year, you're no longer an apprentice. You might be given some leeway by your employer, but there's no reason why they should keep you. Were you doing that? No? I just saw the corner of your eye. Sorry. Okay, that's the last slide anyway. I could talk a lot more about apprenticeships, but I wasn't sure about the makeup of the room. If we're talking to a lot of young people that are not ready for it, and a lot of our delegates here are kind of already on board with apprenticeships, but if you want to know, nta.com, you get to the tab, what do we do? You get to the tab apprenticeships, and there's a lot of information that's there. And unfortunately, in another tab, where there's downloads and forms, is where the application form is. And the old website, Virginia, it used to be at the same place, and I think it was easy to click on it. And now you have to go looking for it, but I don't have to burden you with that, my CEO, but since you're in the front, I thought I'd just mention it. So then, that was us. That was Intense Namibia in Rundu. It's still there, ne, Clemency? The board is still there. The phone number's different. There's Mrs. Wilkinson. There's our workers. There's me with hair. It shows you a bit, it was a long time ago. But anyway, we ran it for 13 years. The kids are now older, the dog is now dead, but everyone's moved on to something else. Unfortunately. It was also our It was also our security guard dog as well. It used to walk all over Rundu. Everyone knew that dog. It was called Tatu. It was called Tatu because it was our third dog, because the other two died as well. I'm a bit unlucky with dogs. But anyway, so just out of me starting the business, we had 10 tents in the end. We had 400 chairs. We had 40 tables. We had music systems. We had poikis to rent out. That was our bakkie, which is a Tata, which is the worst thing I ever did in my life, was to buy a Tata. I hope nobody from here works for Tata, but what a disaster vehicle. Please buy a Toyota if you're going to start a business. And that was us. And then just in more recent years, TVET, these are things I've made in the last year. A screen for somebody who had a one-bedroom flat. That's my own braai stand. That's my own dining table. That's a floating shelf. That's a dining table I sold for $4,500, which is now at House Bavaria in Rundu. And that's a dining table I sold for $6,000. A bit too cheap, I thought. If you went to Nictus, that'd be 25, ne? Which one? Oh, no, I didn't make the wine. I just drank it. And the latest thing I made was that headboard, which I made in about 3 or 4 days out of scrap wood and my router and whatever. Painted it nice, put the plants on top, and it looks cool. Okay, thank you very much. Hold on, I've got a couple of additions. I spoke about the credit life cover here. Oh, I wanted to say that's another habit. Another habit I know in Namibia, especially as a shurumbu that buys things at the roadside, don't judge your customer by how much you think they earn. If the guy pulls up in a Mercedes-Benz, you don't double your price. Ne? It's just like, it's a habit. It's a thing that happens. When I used to buy magunis in Rundu, my wife would have to go and buy them because otherwise they'd charge me shurumbu price. Nonsense. So keep your prices. You did your costing and pricing accurately. Don't change it just because there's a guy in a Mercedes or a guy whose toes are poking out of his shoes. Oh, give him some discount, but don't double the price of the Mercedes guy. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you so much, Martin. I must say, the young entrepreneurs, I really wish I had somebody tell me what Martin shared with us today, because I'm also one of the people who registered with the previous NAMRA too quick. So, and you had to be submitting the tax returns, even if you're not making any money, and then they charge you for not returning a tax return which you don't have money for. So thank you so much. Please, we will have a mingling session. Please remember, just if you want to know more about what Martin shared, to just share with that. To just interact on that. I will not take much of your time, but there were a couple of things that I was requested to share. Dear guests, you have been promoted to be having lunch with most of us and the rest of us in the tent. We noticed that you were very lonely in that other place there. So now we've decided, please, our humble guests, come and sit with us here and mingle and just interact and network with the conference attendees. So there will be a table in the corner on the right side where our guests. Now, us as the people who are attending the conference and the hosts of the conference, in my culture, we say, let the adults eat first and let the conference presenters eat first so that they can give us more knowledge and they have the energy to share as they are networking, no? Why are you not agreeing? If they are hungry, they will not share with you what they learned. Okay, I'm getting notes, which is good. Then I was also alerted to, somebody told me, but Madam MC, you're just going in it as if we all know who you are. I thought that was famous, yo. At least by association with the NTA. Okay, so I'll tell you who I am. My name is Mercy Stumbeko. Yesterday we had to break down the Situmbeko. It's Situmbeko. Situmbeko, S-I, but the Oshana people, you'll be forgiven today if you call me Shitumbeko. Just for today. Situmbeko, I am heading the education department of Nampower, and that also includes the vocational training center at Nampower. So the whole education, whether it's high voltage training, whether it's IT training, whether it's heavy equipment training, I am responsible for whether people are skilled or not in Nampower. So I hope I have answered one of the queries that people were not happy with. All right, then another thing is, which we will discuss during discussions. Mr. Flaxon, apparently there's a question that we had not attended to with regards to, is there a TVET center or TVET training in Lüderitz? I think we'll deal with that after Ms. Vivian takes over. And another question that we did not tackle from yesterday was, I think this would go to most likely NTA. My name is Mercy Stumbeko. I went to a pre-vet and I am qualified or something. Martin, do you want to elaborate on that question? Because, yeah, the query was, I do pre-TVET. Martin, they can't hear you. No, I can't hear you. There's a mic, bruh. Okay.
Oh, sorry, okay, for the people online as well. The gentleman from Coastal High School, oh, you're there, yes. He asked a question yesterday that I thought was hanging, and I think it's very important to be answered because it's about career paths and it's about ambition. And that was that if I've got a pre-voc school and I do a level 1, even maybe level 2, do you get to level 2 as well? And I leave that school at maybe 16, 17 years old, then why do I have to go to a TVET center and then start again at level 1? Why do they not respect my level 1 and 2? And I think, although I stand to be corrected, that most of our VTCs will let you in with that qualification, but I don't want to speak on behalf of them. And I know there's so many VTC staff in the room. I'm just looking at Ferdy and Johannes and Lucas and Kambinda and Moses. So who wants to take it up? And is there a standard approach? Rather, I would ask, is there a standard approach of VTCs to allow pre-voc qualified people in at a level that isn't just level 1?
Okay, so we will, Martin, I wanted to rather pack it and think about it, and then during the discussions, because we have discussions after Ms. Vivian has presented, then we can, whoever is able to answer that, we'll take it from there.
Then they can think about it.
Thank you. All right, then we move on our program with Ms. Vivian Kachiongwa, the Chief Executive Officer of BIPA. And I'm really, really excited to hear from her. So she will be speaking about the effective administration of business and intellectual, mercy, the Vambo in me came, intellectual. Administration of business and intellectual property rights. Oshana, you are allowed to call me Shitumbeko, so I'm allowed to acquire some of your tongues. Okay, Mrs. Vivian, please come over. She is the CEO of BIPA. My new entrepreneurs, please pay attention to what she's going to share with us today. There will be a lot of value. So this is usually the laser thing, but it seems like the battery is off. But the back, okay. I mean the forward next, and back. Yeah. Okay. For some reason the thing has, the battery is running out.
No worries. Okay. I'm a bit taller. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think I will stand by the protocol that has already been established. My name is Vivian, as presented. So I'm going to share with you what BIPA represents, what we do, and I try to enlighten you about how to get around the system to get to our services. So This is just a brief background of the establishment of BIPA. So BIPA, the work that we do now was normally done by the Ministry of Industrialization and Trade. I think there were about 2 departments. The one dealt with commerce, and then there was, of course, intellectual property that was also part thereof. So at some point, the current president, he was then the Minister of Trade, they took a resolution to say that they must move these 2 services and established an agency that would then try to deliver more professional services. So the establishment started at least way back, I think around 2012. They set up a Section 21 company, and so we then moved through a process of from about 2015 to 2021. We started with just running the operationalization of BIPA. So in 2017 was when the BIPA Act entered into force. Then the staff moved from the Ministry of Trade and the Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology, because the copyright department was there, and they moved to BIPA. Then what we are currently doing for the past 2 years, we were looking at the issue of automation and really to refocus our mandate to see how we can deliver better services. We are still on the same journey because now we are moving into digitalization and really delivering services that you can access from anywhere and at any time. Then in terms of the laws that govern us or that we also administer, so overall you have the Business and Intellectual Property Act, which is the one that establishes BIPA. But under the Act, BIPA is authorized then to administer a number of legislations. The first one is the Companies Act and the Close Corporations Act. Then we have the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Protection Act. We have the Industrial Property Act. Then we have the National Intellectual Property Policy, which is a policy which is supposed to drive the direction that IP should take for the country. The Merchandise Act, the minister transferred it to BIPA about 2 years ago, but it's still questionable whether it should sit under our mandate or not. Then, of course, those are my bosses, the Minister of Industrialization and Trade. My chairperson is Mr. Emmanuel Kanabeb, and that is me some time back. So I just thought it prudent to share the numbers that we have currently when you look at the registers that we administer. So I'm also now like him, I'm looking that side instead of looking here. So yeah, so in terms of the total number of businesses that we have registered, it's about 218,000 and some odds. When you look at the types of entities that we have registered, the majority is the close corporations. They're about 187,000. Then we have companies, 26,000. We have the Section 21s, which is your not-for-profit organizations, and they are just a bit under 3,000. Then we have defensive names, and then we have foreign companies, which are about 401. Then we try to really look at the ownership of businesses when you look at it from a perspective of age as well as the gender representation. So there are various ages. You see there are owners of businesses between the age of 0 to 19. The majority you'll see is ages 35 to 49, just above the youth category, but you can also see large numbers. But in all these areas, you'll see that most businesses are, the highest number of businesses are owned by males. Sometimes the information might not be so accurate because if you have more than one partner, we look at who has the majority shareholding or interest, and then we would say that that is the gender representation. Now, we went further just to try and see if you look at male versus female, that's the representation, 80% male and just almost 20% is females then. Then if you look at the gender metrics in business ownership, you'll see the ages that we looked at, which is 35 to 49, 44%, or let's say 45%. If you look at the age group that we look at as youth, say 20 to 24, it's about 19%. And then, of course, the rest is your 50 to 60, 21%, and then above 60, it's about 15%. Now, I thought to look at, firstly, our mandate, as I said, is twofold: business registration and administration, and then intellectual property registration and administration. Now, because I suppose the event is here in the northern regions, we try to really contextualize the numbers that you find here. And what we found is that in the northern regions, we have about 13,000 close corporations, and companies are about 215. We also looked at the sectors then that these entities are operating in, and you'll see it varies from your wholesale and retail trade, catering and accommodation, construction, which falls exactly, I think even catering, they fall into the TVET classes. Then we have financial services, we have agriculture, forestry and fishing, commerce, and then real estate. Now, so we tried to figure out, because I know there was a warning that was given that you must take your time to decide whether you want to get into the formal business or you remain informal or get engaged into the BIPA issues. Now, when we looked at it to try and see why is it that entities are not becoming formal, I think the issue is that mostly the need to formalize is probably not something that is a burning issue for these businesses. But then we looked at the reverse to say, what are the benefits if you are then formalized? And I think any person who's dealing with a business, the sense that you get is that if you are dealing with a properly registered entity, it's more kind of a professional level that you engage. There are also more opportunities that are there when we look at investors and so on. And even when you look at the presentations that were done by the different banks, all of them were referring to, you must provide us with your business registration document. So that's the odd side of the whole situation. And then, of course, compliance, which is the issue of how many businesses you register and what you deal with. Now, we've experienced that there is a notion, or maybe it's because there are external parties who deal with registrations of businesses, that there's a perception that it's very expensive to register businesses. So what we are doing currently is we are actually overhauling all our other laws, the Companies Act and the Close Corporations Act. And the idea is to simplify it so that you are able to register your business without needing any third party, whether it's lawyers, whether it's accountants, depending on the size of your business and the complexity that is there. So that's what we are doing. But even under the current laws, if you look at what we charge, and the amounts are gazetted. It's not that you need to go and do a lot of research to find out. It's affordable to register a business in the absence of the other third parties. So, for example, a defensive name. Now, normally a defensive name is permitted to register. Like you sit here today, you are a recent graduate. You are not sure or not ready to establish your business yet, but you have a name. So you have a name that you want for your business. You can come and register the name and it will be protected so that nobody else can use your name. So you register a business name and it would be reserved until you are ready. Normally it's for 2 years. You can renew it for another 2 years, and otherwise it would lapse. In the past, the ministry was trying to find a way to allow sole proprietors to have an identity. And what they did is they were using the defensive name for them to register and, use, this is my company's name. But we found that it is in direct contravention of the provision that allows for defensive names. So we had to discontinue it. And you'll see that many sole traders would still work under the assumption that my name is so-and-so, but we advertised and we told them the names will expire unless you come and convert it into a formal business. So now strictly defensive names are really for the sake of defending the name until you are ready to operate. Then of course we have the closed corporation, which we believe is the simplest form of a business that you can register. Normally, the owners of a closed corporation, what they have is they hold an interest in the corporation. It's different from the companies where you are a shareholder. It takes about, so what we try to do is we have these turnaround times that we've set. Sometimes it takes longer, especially if there are mistakes, but the target is really that it should take a maximum of, for example, 5 days to do a close cooperation, because you would do a name reservation, you propose about 5 names, and then we see if they are available, and then once you have now reserved the name, then you complete a form called the CC1, and then you would now formally apply for the registration. And the total cost of that whole thing is just 225. And out of that 225, the 75 is for the name reservation. So, but the challenge then comes, as I said, there are third parties who get involved. With the companies, same story, you do a name reservation, we look, is the name available, is it not offensive or so, and then you would then submit the documents and payment verification, and then it takes a bit longer, 3 to 4 days to do the registration, because the documents that accompany a registration of a company are more complex. You have like articles of association, memorandums of understanding, and those have to be scrutinized. And so we estimate it to be 7 days. Also, the amount that you pay for a company registration, it really depends on the share capital that you would issue, because there is a value to the shares that you would then issue and would be owned by the entities. Within the companies, there are different types of companies. You have, of course, the public companies. You can have public companies that are trading on the stock exchange, or you just have general public companies that are not on the stock exchange. Then you have private companies where it's, say, a family business or so. We have another group of private companies which are, for example, designated for certain professions where you are supposed to have joint liability for running the entity. Like lawyers, they are advised to register companies in that, it's called LLD entity. Then we have the they call it NGOs, but they all fall under the Section 21s, not for profit. And then we have, of course, foreign or external companies. These are normally registered. They are supposed to be cut and paste from the foreign company, and it's for the purpose of trading securities that they do that. If they want to operate here, they must domesticate the foreign entity. Then now come to the other mandate that we have, which is intellectual property. Now, in terms of the laws that I had referred to, there are different types of intellectual property rights that we can register. So you have patents. I'll share with you more information as I go on. You have the industrial designs. And this, if you go into the hall, you see so many industrial designs, your utility models. When you look at the different prototypes, he was referring to the 3D machine. They fall exactly into these industrial designs. Then we have trademarks, we have copyrights, geographical indicators, and then traditional knowledge. The fees are there. It's not so expensive when you look at the number of years for which you enjoy the protection of that right. So for patents, it's 20 years. It can be renewed as well. Then industrial designs is 15 years, same, there is renewal. Trademarks is 10 years, also renewal. And then for copyright is different because it's normally for the lifetime of the creator or the author, and then 50 years after their death. And then the utility models are 7 years. Okay. Now, when it comes to, I'm focusing on both intellectual property and the businesses, because when you do what you do, you tend to innovate a lot, and it's important for you to protect your innovation. Otherwise, you will not enjoy or benefit from the value of what you've created, and others can steal your ideas and so on. So when it comes to what the well-known types of intellectual property rights is like patents, for example. And the requirement for a patent is normally that it must be a new or novel technology or an improvement to an existing product. Most of your patents you find, especially in medicine, pharmaceuticals, and so on, these biotechnology and so on. So then you are able to, if you can show the novelty as well as whether it's an improvement, then it would qualify. With trademarks, which is very important for your business, you were told that you must create a brand. Now, what the trademark does is that it then provides an opportunity for you to protect the unique combination of either the words, say, TVET, I don't know if it's a word, or the letters that you have, or a specific mark that would distinguish your goods and services from that of others. And as I said, it's valid for 10 years. Then we have the industrial designs, which if you go into this hall, you'll see a lot of these designs that they are there. And they are protected because what they represent is a distinctive look and design of that specific product. And so you have 15 years protection over them. Then, of course, copyrights, when you have your authors and your musicians and so on, they fall into this category of protection in terms thereof. Now, so we spoke about compliance, and I'm looking at close corporations because most small businesses really prefer to register close corporations. But what I have seen, which I always say, it depends on how you want your business to operate, because you find that Namibia is the only country that registers close corporations. South Africa used to, but they stopped, but they only maintain those who don't want to change. So we are the only country, and so if you have investors coming from outside, they tend to have a challenge to recognize close corporations as a form of business, because it also lacks certain protections that are available to companies. So it depends. You will find challenges sometimes if you have investors and they would want you to convert into PTYs. That's why you'll see when we had these fishing quotas, when they were now being reconsidered, all of the close corporations had to convert into PTYs. And it looked at the type of protection and ownership that you find in that business form. So currently, the different types of compliance requirements, which was touched on also, is that there is a requirement now since the 4th of August, it started, that all businesses that are registered, including if you have a trust also, you must avail your beneficial ownership information. But I'll talk about it a bit. Then annually, which you referred to, is the payment of your annual duty, and then you also have to submit the annual return. Then we have, if you're going to make changes, say if you have one business and you say you are going to be doing, I don't know, accommodation, catering, and maybe you have welding, what we allow currently is you can only list 5 primary business areas that you'll operate in. But you are welcome to come and amend, and then you can remove or add whatever it is that you want to change the focus of the business. There are also issues of when somebody dies, what then happens to the business, and how do you manage that whole change in the event that you now want to sell the shares or the interests of the deceased or round it up and so on. Then, of course, if you don't want to operate the business anymore, there's a process where you deregister and the business with BIPA, but there are also other processes where the court can wind up the business, or it can be dissolved through the Insolvency Act and so on. And then the one that I referred to for if you are a professional like a lawyer is the issue of limited liability, where the members are also. So normally if you have a company, it's independent, it's a legal person on its own. If it is in trouble, the people that you owe money to are supposed to go against the company first before they come against you. But in this case, because of the joint and several liability, if there is a debt, they can go directly for your house. So that's how you try and separate the owners of the business from the business itself. Okay, so I'm just going to share a bit of info on the beneficial ownership issue. So the idea about beneficial ownership is that there was, I think a month ago, there were so many laws that were passed through Parliament, and some of these laws were targeted at empowering the authorities to be able to collect beneficial ownership, because the idea is that you need to know who is the warm blood, the human being who owns the business. There are many complex business structures that are out there, and you sometimes don't know who are the actual owners. And this was necessitated because a lot of businesses are used to launder money, which is to wash the money, make dirty money clean, or money that is from crime is now made clean. And then there are others who would then fund terrorist activities. There are others who, you know, when they trade in endangered species, sell rhino horns and so on. So it's in an effort to curb these types of crimes that now we have to get to the bottom of who the owners are. So depending on the type of business that you have, you are supposed to go and identify who are the actual human beings who own this company. Because you'll find, as that little example shows, is that, for example, you have a holding company. This company owns another company. So when you are trying to figure out who are the actual owners of this company, you have to go into each company and break it down until you know, okay, who is the human beings? And the human being can be the shareholder or it can be the managing director of that company, but you have to identify that. So that's the process that we are going through right now. Yeah, I spoke about that already where I said why it is important. And so currently what we have at BIPA since the 7th of August, we no longer receive any applications for new business, any amendments, or any submission of annual returns without you submitting your beneficial ownership form. So it is at the point when you are registering a new business, when you are changing, or when you are doing your annual return. So you get a form, you have to go and do the numbers to identify who are the beneficial owners, and then you submit it. So all entities, we are trying to ensure that by the 4th of September next year, we have beneficial ownership information of all the entities. Because we, by law, are required to have up-to-date information on beneficial owners that we provide to competent authorities. And these are like the police, your ACC, and other, like NAMFISA, they all fall under competent authority, so we are required to give that to them. But the problem is that if you, as the business owner, does not avail that to us, you are the one who's going to be found, you will be charged, there are penalties. They start from 50,000, and then there's a daily penalty for every day that you remain non-compliant. But there's also one way, if you provide false information, you can be criminally charged for up to 10 million Namibian dollars or 10 years imprisonment or something like that. So that's how extreme it is. Now, this is what he spoke about when he said the taxes that you would accumulate, say, with BIPA, for example. So in terms of the law, every company, there is an annual requirement for you to submit your annual return, which is a reflection of what is your business doing. It's almost like we will also require you from next year to submit the actual financials that shows that you are operating the business and that you are actually operating in that sector that you said you are going to operate. So you submit your annual return. For closed corporations, it's simple. It used to be 80 Namibian dollars that you pay as a duty. Now it has increased to 120. But what has happened, which we also have realized that in the past, so they say ignorance of the law is not an excuse, but in the case of the business registration, I think it's all about the information that was shared. And most of the times people register businesses through other people. So most business owners would argue, we don't know about this. We never knew that we have to pay a duty. And by the time you come to BIPA, while you were supposed to pay 120, now because you are in arrears, it's $600 that is charged on top of that. And every year it gets more and more. So when you come now to BIPA, you have this statement that has all these penalties that have been incurred. What we currently do is we waive penalties for people who are pensioners, if they show that they are pensioners, and also people who are, there's a nicer word that they don't say people with disabilities, but people who are what? Huh? Differently abled, yes, differently abled. So we also do that consideration, and sometimes they would submit the letters from is it Ministry of, but Welfare, yeah, where they are registered. So we consider that. We do not have permission yet to waive penalties. We have requested for permission to waive penalties. We are waiting for it because we thought it's important to give the businesses a clean slate. If you are going to participate in the program, we will announce once we have the answer. We were targeting October, but we are still waiting for an answer from finance. it's really for you to participate in the program, almost the same as the amnesty that was done by NAMRA, where if you come and pay by X, then all your penalties will be waived and you'll only be responsible for the capital amount. So we are working on that, but we hope that we are successful. But for those who register new businesses, it would not apply. What you must ensure that every year you come, you renew and pay your annual duty, which is only 120 for a CC. That's the form that they normally complete for a CC, which is called the CC7. It's really simple. It's the year and other information that you provide, and that is submitted with, alongside the payment of the duty. Then, of course, you see those are the actual amounts. The close cooperation is 120. For a company, is a bit more. There are other considerations because there is a submission fee of 160, and then if it's late, an additional 300, and then the penalty, it also depends on the period of time. But with the companies, there is a share capital consideration that would add to the duty that you pay. Section 21, they pay no duty, but they do submit an annual return also. Now this is the question. So if your business, some of you, or I don't know, you registered businesses, you had these nice ideas, and then things probably didn't take off, and now you have this business that has just been standing there. And so you come to BIPA and you're saying, no, I cannot pay this annual duty because I was never operating the business. But the current law that we have does not recognize dormancy. It doesn't say if you are dormant that you are exempt from the requirements of the law. But the amendments that we are doing, we are trying to include also that when an entity is dormant and it's proven that certain requirements should not apply. But for now, you still have to pay the duty. And as you can see that for example, even if your business was running for 3 months and then for the next 6 months it went dead, then you just show that it was not in operation for 6 months prior to that, and then you apply for deregistration. There are certain dates that are set or timelines where we have to publish in the government gazette or give you an opportunity, like creditors have to respond to see whether you are just not trying to evade your obligations, and so there are times that are prescribed, but it's possible for you to deregister your entity. Then if you also, as I indicated, you can do general amendments to your business, like you amend the business name, the objectives of the business, you can remove and add members, you can increase or decrease whether it's the members' interest or the shareholding that you have, because companies, they tend to have like a certain share capital, but then they would only issue part thereof and issue later. Sometimes it's to raise capital or for other reasons. Your addresses, your financial year end also, you'll see that many entities, sometimes they need to align their financial year end with, for example, the financier. Like if you get funding maybe from GIPF or so, they try to tell you, please align your financial year with our financial year end so that at least the reporting can be aligned. And then, of course, your accounting officers. For CCs, you have accounting officers. For companies, you have auditors. Now, what we have done and what we've also been discussing with the Public Procurement Policy Unit is that if you have paid up your annual duties, and all your information and everything is up to date with BIPA, we issue a good standing certificate. But currently, we only issue it for when you are paid up, because we have no assurance that the information that we have is up to date. So for now, we have just aligned it to payment of the dues. What you do is, you'll see with some of the tenders that they issue, they would ask you to submit also a good standing certificate from BIPA. So this you just request from our office. It costs nothing. It's just that you must be in good standing and we issue you with it. At least then it allows you to enter other gates that you wouldn't have. And with the Procurement Policy Unit, we are discussing it so that they can put it as part of the requirements when you bid for tenders for government. Okay, now on IP, I think I spoke about the issue of what IP does and what it provides for you as an inventor or somebody who comes up with an idea or so. So it normally applies to where where you create something when you use your mind. For example, you tell a story or you write a story, or there's an invention, I don't know how to fix the mic or whatever, or some type of artistic work, or a symbol, as I said. You'll see also with intellectual property. So when you have an intellectual property right, it's not just anything. It's actually an asset. It adds value to your business, because when you are now looking at the asset base of your company, even if you go to Coca-Cola, you'll see they will give you a price of what is the value of their IP, whether it's the trademark or whether it's the composition of the syrup that they use to make the Coca-Cola and so on. And so here I just try to highlight what are the benefits of intellectual property and actually protecting the rights that you have. So for an economy like ours, where, as Flexman was talking about, Luderitz, he's actually selling the brand of the town of Luderitz, and he's making it, it's a value proposition of why it is important for you to go and invest in Luderitz. And you can actually see, if you do it well, it really is a boost to the economy of our country as a whole. It also promotes innovation, because as an innovator, you don't want to come up with a brilliant idea. Tomorrow, if you get out, you see somebody is actually claiming that what you've done is theirs, because there's no value, there's no encouragement for you to improve and so on. And then, as we said, firms monetize their innovation because it's an intangible asset that grow. If you look at the whole COVID pandemic, the reason why we didn't get, the vaccines here is because they had IP protection, and we had to find a different way for them to be manufactured for us to benefit. And then, as we said, the asset base also, increases as a result thereof, and then it has benefits for your consumers and society, because your products are really well branded and well presented. There are other issues when you look at pharmaceuticals. There are certain strict requirements for you to have that specific IP over that, so there are those benefits to that. Then I already indicated what are the types of intellectual property. You have trade secrets, you have trademarks, you have GIs, patents, copyright, and industrial designs. And trade secrets is sometimes they choose to register it, or they choose not to register, because the problem is once you come register, the secret becomes not a secret anymore, because you have to disclose it to us to know what is in it. I think this is just it's a repetition, but it just gives you the distinction between what are the industrial property rights and what falls under copyright. Then this is just an example. As I said, Coca-Cola, that is their brand. It's their logo. They have a trademark over it. They don't have to, because there are certain well-known brands that already enjoys the protection because of the fact that we all know. Wherever you see Coca-Cola, you would know it's Coca-Cola or it's not. But others, they do the protection themselves. Hey. Wow, okay. Then now, I just thought to tell you about trademarks a little bit. So trademarks, they don't fall from the sky. There is a list called the NIS classification. When you go into that is what guides you in which category are you going to get the protection of the trademark. So there would be a category that talks about the name and the letters and so on. There would be a category that talks about the brand, like this logo that you have here. And so you have to go into that to really identify in which area it falls. And it can be a combination of a few. Then the application is merely 600 Namibian dollars, and then the total fee, once it's been processed, is 1,400 for a 10-year protection, which is renewable. For patents, they are more complex always. They take a long time for us to assess. I think it's about 18 months is the maximum for the assessment of whether they qualify or not. And there is a high emphasis on new and the usefulness of it, and then it must also, you must describe the inventive stages clearly for the patent then to be registered. Then this is just, when you look at what is out there in the hall, it's just to say, when you are coming, I remember, I don't know whether, oh, there he's sitting. He was asking questions about the registration of IPs and what is required. So when you look at a patent, for example, when you come to our office now, for example, the issue that was raised was how, it was not him, it was someone else who said that ideas, when you bring ideas to BIPA, how sure are you that the staff members will not steal it and there is experience? So we have not had experience where our staff members are accused of it. We have had experience where big firms of having stolen ideas that are brought by someone who's, for example, looking for funding. But from our side, what we say is, it is when you talk to us, you just have to tell us about the what. To say it's an inventive stage, maybe it's to, to purify water. But the how, that is what you would not disclose until you are sure that you want the protection. And the minute that you go through the application and you have the title of the invention, the application details, your details, and the description, so the whole thing lies in the description. So depending on the assessment, you would actually enjoy the protection from the time that you submitted that initial application. And it is important for us not to disclose, and I hope and trust, but what we said is if you are so uncertain, you can come with your own, what is it called, a confidentiality agreement or something that you can say, okay, I need you to sign this so that at least you can hold us liable should it then so happen. But mostly it's the firms that do that. So that's just a bit of information of what you need. And then utility models, as I said, there's a lot inside here. It was very interesting to see what is happening there. So the issue with utility models is also that they must be new, the novelty, and then they must be useful. So it's functional and operative also. But there is no requirement that, I think the inventive stage, the requirement is not so strict. You must just show ingenuity, and it must not be obvious to someone of average skill in the field of invention. So that's the distinguishing factor. And then you have, of course, the 7-year protection. Industrial designs, I think if you see the people doing the automotive stuff, maybe photography and so on. So these are visual features like the shape, the configuration, the pattern, ornaments, and so on that are distinguishing and that are applied to the article or the machine and so on. The protection is for 15 years. And then copyright, as I said, those are really for literally dramatic, musical, and artistic work, like your painters and so on, and it's for 50 years, for a lifetime, and then 50 years posthumous of the person. Then, now, we had, so yesterday, they released the Global Innovation Index, and Namibia for the past, how many years? 2 years, we have been ranking 96th in the world. So we have not really improved, but it was interesting. There was a statement that they made in the report, and it speaks directly to the whole issue of TVET. So they say that when you look at Namibia relative to other countries and its GDP, we rank the first in expenditure on education. So there is a lot of money that we are putting in education, but the outcome does not speak to an improvement in our ranking when it comes to innovation and so on. So I think it's important that we must relook and see what is it that we are not doing wrong. What we've done from our side as BIPA, we have written letters to the Ministry of Education, and I think higher education too, where we are trying to ask them to allow us to include IP in the curriculum from an early age, and then as you get to the higher grades and also at technical levels, so that as you are doing what you are doing, you understand what intellectual property is and what you can do with it, because it's very critical for SMEs and so on. So that is my mouthful, and in conclusion, I think even if you are advised to choose what you want to do, in Namibia, you are allowed to do business in the informal sector, but you have to weigh up the pros and the cons. So for you to register a business, we believe that there are serious benefits because you protect yourself as an individual and you protect the business also. There are certain rights and responsibilities that accrue. And then when it comes to bringing in IP, you actually create a brand. And if you create a brand, you want to make it unique and you protect it from abuse from others. So when you bring IP and business together, it can really add value and it would set your business apart from others. And of course, in the event that there are any legal liabilities, they would go against the company because it's the company that is contracting and not so much you as an individual. So there are different ways to do. That is all from me, and thank you.
I was busy swallowing saliva thinking, this woman, master's in law, specializing in trade, investment, business law, and then she talks so nice. Imagine if she moves to Lutherans. And yes, a hand of applause to Miss Vivian. Did you hear that, Ms. Kashiongwa? You are the honorary citizen of Lutherans. May you get membership at that gym. The one overlooking the sea. All right. Colleagues, so it is 12:08, and at this juncture, I think I'm expected to have some testimonies from the TVET graduates, the aspiring entrepreneurs. Sorry, guys, when we're standing here, it looks like we are looking at you funny, but it's the lights. So when you see me doing this and I can't figure out who I'm looking at, yes, I like you, but it's just the light. So, all right, so some of you, the entrepreneurs, were supposed to come and display before you come and do the talk. There's a lady and a gentleman. Yes, please. So this is a session where we will hear testimonies from the TVET graduates, and there immediately after, we'll have a bit of discussions. The discussions can even go after lunch because I know there must be a lot of questions regarding BIPA. While they're setting up, questions on BIPA, anybody who was fascinated? I am fascinated. While they're setting up, I see there's a gentleman there at the back. Revolving mics. The moving mics. Can somebody assist us, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you to Ms. Vivian. I would like to find out, she mentioned with regard to the reports that must be submitted. For other companies, you need to submit an audit financial report, and for CCs, you need to submit a financial report, something like that. I would just like to find out clarity on that, because as young entrepreneurs, our youth need to be guided with regarding to that. And then she also said there was something about CCs. If we need to get rid, because somewhere in the newspapers we read about that as well, and I know Namibia, there was some noise about that one, that we must get rid of CCs in Namibia as well. So, and you say it's still fine, we can still register. Is there maybe a time frame until when we're going to be allowed to do that? Thank you.
So I'm hearing two questions. For CCs, I think you're expected to have accounting officers, and for the other one, okay. Can somebody just assist me with a microphone? Then we can allow Ms. Vivian to, are you done? Let's allow Ms. Vivian to just answer that one, then we... Can we see your products from here?
Hi, okay. Thank you for the question. So maybe in terms of the first one, the current law requires for a company to have an auditor, and a close cooperation is a bookkeeper. So you are required to keep, and there are responsibilities on both the auditor and the bookkeeper, that they must ensure the financial, position of the entity. Currently, we don't require entities to submit their financials alongside the annual return. But what I said is, with the new amendment to the law, we will require that, because we need to verify that what you are saying on the annual return speaks to what is on your financials, and we need to analyze that. But then I speak also because it's linked to the second question where you were talking about the CCs. So the new laws are now, the first draft, we are going to have it now at the end of October. And then it will be shared amongst the stakeholders again. And we are hoping that at least in the first quarter in the first part of the year, not quarter, because say by March of next year, the law should at least be passed, because the law has very important elements that we are supposed to deliver on. One is the business rescue chapters that have to be there, and then, of course, the changes that we are saying. Now, the changes we are proposing is that we are saying we also want to stop registering close corporations. We want to create a simplified form of a company that has the same flexibilities and simplicities that a close corporation has, but what we are adding is the protection that is lacking for a close corporation, like the rights of the shareholders, because if you are a member, your rights, if you read the Close Corporations Act, your rights are not protected. There are certain things that are not available. And we want to simplify this company to the extent that depending on what your turnover is, you will not need to have an accountant or a bookkeeper, because then you just submit financials that are created by your financial officer in the company. Depending on the next level, if your turnover is a bit higher, you might need an accountant. So there are various stages or sizes of CCs that will require certain responsibilities. And then, of course, the companies would also be categorized into your complex ones and simple ones. But what we looked at is really, we need to have a form of business that aligns our country to other countries. Because if you have a CC and now you have all these investors that are coming and they say, I'm not going to invest into you because I don't know that form and the protection is not sufficient. So it's really just to enhance the protection, and it's just in the name. Those who have CCs, it doesn't mean that you won't be forced to change, but we would encourage you, because you will see the benefits of converting into this simplified form of company. And the law cannot work retrospectively. So those who want to remain CCs, no problem. But the ones, you'll see the difference between the benefits, but it's still a discussion. And we have told the people that it's not, you should not, once you see the text and we are able to explain to you, this is the benefit that this new form is bringing, which you didn't have, maybe there'll be a better appreciation and understanding as to the direction we are going. Thank you.
All right, and on that note, we have two TVET graduates. The first one will be from Kempewa Investments. She's going to do a presentation and advocating and advertising her products. Then we'll also have a gentleman from Ongenga Technical College also telling us what he is all about. So over to you. Colleagues at the back, I understand we need a presentation, or she submitted her presentation. You said your name is? 1 second, I'll just follow up on her presentation. Sorry? Oh, while we're waiting? Yeah, sure. There's the mic.
Thank you, Ms. Kashwongwa and the gentleman from Ministry of Trade. My name is Moses Shirare, Center Manager from Kakara Vocational Training Center. Just give a bit of context before I raise my question. We had an Innovation and Entrepreneurship Week sometimes in August, and what we did was to extend invitation to some of the stakeholders like Ministry of Trade and BEPA to come and take us through the process. And what we really want to do is precisely what the two of you have indicated, is inculcating that entrepreneurial culture among our trainees. And we therefore want, within these entrepreneurship subjects, we want to incorporate training on, for example, the registration of businesses, which is actually going to speak to precisely what BIPA expect for people to register businesses, and also some of the business ideas and programs that can come from the Ministry of Trade and Industrializations. The question is, are there some materials, and because you already indicated that you've written to the Ministry of Education, are there some materials that you can share with us that we can use, even in classrooms, to train our people, so that at least by the time these trainees are going to graduate, they would have registered their own businesses before they graduate? Do you have materials? And also, do you have some staff who can then come and spend 3 or 4 days with us to take our trainees through this training, and possibly also train us so that that knowledge can remain with us and you still can be able to continue, even in your absence? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Vivian, maybe you can just take note and we will respond to that after the... Oh? Vibrat. I'm trying to get another skill, Afrikaans. Huh? Mense van diere, Vibrat hier so. So let's give it up to Ndapewa as she presents. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to observe protocols as it's already established. My name is Ndapewa Shalipengia Johannes, born and raised in Oshikunde, Onamafila village in the might Ohangwena region. I'm here representing Ohangwena region. A director of my own establishment, Kempewa Investment CC, a former trainee of RVTC, bricklaying and plastering, and a former trainee for Ongenga Technical College on food processing and value addition. Our visions and missions. Our vision is to become preferable firm of our field, to provide quality professional service in the community. I want to be fast. Kempewa, we do these principles of business: housing development, healthy product, food processing, production of livestock feed, and capacity building, modern basic farming techniques, and many more. This is what we do: housing and property development. These are some houses that we build in Enana and the other party of Angwena region. Food processing and value addition. On this one, I want to thank a lady. She's here with me. I met her 2019. She gave me passion of becoming a farmer. I never dreamed of becoming a farmer, and later I met Dinelao Kakonga. She came with a company called Dynafarm, training people on how to farm with DI Grow, which is an organic product. Then I got a passion. Then I started making James also more, hydroponic fodder. Memendina, please, can you just stand and say hi? Achievements that we made so far: we are not really a big company. That was 2022 Enana Agri Expo. We construct those houses, and where I want to touch is, ow. Okay, it's okay, I'm sorry. So I used to go in the community after I met Memendina. I have to go there, talk to the community. You know, I'm deep from the village. I talk to them. Please, I want this old way of us waiting rainy season to end. At least during these times of the whole of the year, let us start farming. I traveled 27 villages, Okongo and Oshkunde, trying to train them what Ms. Ndina trained me. And believe me, I have 13 people producing from different villages, gems and what so on and what so on. And challenges Kempewa investment is facing so far to maintain customers' relationship. As you know, I'm a woman. Capacity to meet customers' demand, lack of land. We don't have really much place to produce our food or our gems, our biscuits and so on. We have a lot of things that we are producing. And then sometimes we'll get a person like I started making this 2020. I need even 100 gems tomorrow. I only cook with a pot, traditionally, with my hands. Yeah. Inadequate equipment, it's the same that I said it already. In access of means of production, land, finance, or let me say money, and male-dominated. Sorry, a humble sorry to men. This made me lose hope of bidding. As a bricklayer, I stopped bidding 2021. Due to always when you are meeting there is men, they are getting tenders who are not even being called. Then I decided, let me just go and produce my gems and whatever. Then I put too much strength on food production. And I'm willing to do more when it's coming to farming. I want to farm. Contact us. This is our contact detail. We are in Enana Wangwena region. That is my cell phone number and the email number. Thank you very much. My encouragement to youth, it doesn't mean if you are a bricklayer, you are a plumber, stay there and wait for plumbing work to come. Do anything. I used to tell youth that for me on my side, I can do anything for as long as I live. Having feet, having hands, and a voice to talk. I'm the best. I don't want to go back with this product, please support.
Thank you, Ndapa. Maybe we should be clear how much this is. This is orange jam. And the biscuits? How much? And what are the biscuits made from? Do they have a flavor, like watermelon biscuits? Oh, they just, look at her. Okay, so please support, please support. Yes, round of applause. Ongenga Technical College. Do you also have a, bueno, can step on.
Check. Thank you very much, program moderator. Colleagues at the back, Are we ready? Just waiting for the colleagues at the back to be ready with my PowerPoint presentation.
While we're sorting out Ongenga, Ms. Vivian, I received another text. Maybe we can also add it like one of the questions. With your permission, I'll just read it, yeah? The gentleman says, cooperatives are equally important for economic development. Ironically, through a form of business, it has been resorting under the Ministry of Agriculture. What is the position of BIPA pertaining to taking over the affairs of their registration? In a way, once all forms of companies resort all under one roof, and it should be a public, it should give the public better options or accessibility. This comes from Kamati. There's another question, yes. Can I have assistance with the revolving? Ooh, BIPA! Thank you, Johannes. The lady in the red, and then we move to the gentleman.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My question goes straight to Ms. Kachiongwa. I would like to find out, as VTCs, we have certain projects which we would like to protect the name, the project, so that other people cannot able to steal it. But when I went to BIPA, or TAPI, I was asked to provide a natural person document. Now, we at the institution, we are people who moves around. Now, who will be responsible to pay those fees? If I registered the project under Elise Uwanga and I move to another institution, who will be responsible for that project, which I'm leaving for the VTC? Or it will die a natural death, or what will happen there? Thank you.
Are you registering the project while you are associated with, for example, Mercy VTC?
Yeah, yeah. For example, we are running Innovate Namibia. Mm-hmm. It's our own innovation, it's our own project.
Can I ask who's our?
Nakayale VTC.
Okay.
We wanted to register it under Nakayale VTC, but we can't because they are saying we're supposed to give a natural person. And the natural person, we don't have the owner of Nakayale VTC apart from NTA. Okay. All of us who are there, we are natural person who can move anywhere.
I hear you.
Yes.
All right.
And I have to leave my ID with that project. And I have to pay fees. Who is going to be responsible if I leave?
Okay.
Yes.
I see, before I come to my commissioner, Dr. Raimo maybe wants to say something on that? Or
Good morning once again, colleagues. I just want to respond to what Mrs. Kachongwa has mentioned with regard to the investment in the education and training sector. It is true the education and training sector receives the biggest chunk of the budget. It is true. But we must understand that there are inefficiencies in our ministries that we need to unpack and to understand why is the investment in the education and training sector not give the desired return of investment. But let me give you a classical example. Namibia is very, very, very low in comparison with other countries in terms of investment in research and development. SADC protocol requires that at least each country contribute 1% of their GDP towards research and development and innovation. But what we are currently contributing, I must tell you, if I give you the figures, you will ask yourself why. We are not even there. We are not even at 0.5%. And that's why we'll continue to remain for the next couple of years at 96 if we do not unpack these inefficiencies. The money that we currently spend, now I don't want to speak about our sister ministry, but I want to speak about the higher education sector. The money that we provide to these institutions does not even meet the budgetary obligations of these institutions. We are purely giving these institutions money to pay salaries, only to pay salaries. They have to struggle to cover their operational expenses in terms of utilities, water, stationery, and all these kind of things. So I want to plead our leadership that we need to get together and have a serious dialogue to unpack why are we wasting taxpayers' money. Our institutions are unable to implement new programs. UNAM, NAS, they want to introduce new programs, but they are hamstringed or whatever you call it. They can't do these new programs because they merely don't have the money. And that's where the challenge is. And that's why we remain very low when it comes to research, capacity development, and promotion of innovation in this country. So I just want to clarify that particular aspect. I thank you.
Thank you. For now, sir, I'll pose the questions for later because they are ready to go with the discussion. Thank you so much. You know how to? So this is basically next. This is back. The only issue is the laser, the pointer is not working.
Okay.
Okay? Good luck.
Thank you very much, Program Moderator, once again. I must admit that the delay and the inconvenience was a marketing strategy. I want to thank God for that. My name is Elia Haufiku. I'm a Namibian, born and bred in Ongwediva region, delegated here by Ongwediva region to represent the SMEs and the youth, and also, most importantly, to share my story briefly and expose what we do inspire young people of the land that there is hope at the end of the tunnel. I am a graduate of 3 schools: the School of Management, the Polytechnic of Namibia; the School of Business, the Polytechnic of Namibia; project management, postgraduate level, as well as a product of kayak. I wish Mr. Nelson Brand was here. I know he'll feel proud. I am an entrepreneur by birth, training, and profession. I've started my entrepreneurial journey since the day I've parted ways with Varsity. And that was in 2011. Participated in the NBIC's Business Awards competition, won one of the top awards, and that is where the whole process began. In the process, I have had and still have some business ideas that I want to pursue because I've got a drive, I've got a desire, I have the determination and the energy to reach my full potential. I've established in mind in 2012 a training institution. That was in mind. After the completion of my postgraduate, the entrepreneurship degree, I then began crafting the ideas slowly but surely. I've been very fortunate, I must say, to having been surrounded by good mentors, the likes of Dr. Chivikwa, former rector or VC of NAST, the likes of Professor Kutie, the likes of Dr. Ngifindaka, the likes of my late grandmother, who so much inspired me to do more and improve the situation at home. Now, what brought me here is one item: Ongenga Technical College. This is a training institution like any other that is located in Ohangwena region, Ongenga constituency in the north, they're close to the borders with Angola. The establishment of this institution was inspired, or rather is inspired, by the situation back home. And mind you, Mr. Flaxman, I will not move to Luderit. I love Ohangwena, I love Ongenga, and I will remain there. And allow me to quote one of the statements that you have made last year at the youth conference on green hydrogen in Luderit. I was part and parcel of that. You said, and I quote, "Young people of this land should establish enterprises in the communities where they came from." And now here you want us to move to Luderit. Yeah, so we are motivated and inspired by such statement. Yeah, then established Ongenga Technical College. Being curious and naughty, I have tormented the officers of the NTA in the first place before I got the boots on the ground to establish the whole process. And mind you, I have enrolled with kayak before, also just to understand the operations of a training institution so that I have a bit of a tip of the iceberg. And in that process, I must really applaud the Namibia Training Authority, the Training Support Division, the likes of Mr. Nakaleke, Rusash Moshili, and so on. They have really helped out in the process, though I think we were too over-ambitious. You know, sometimes when you have a desire of seeing something up and running, you would go beyond the processes and over-imagine, you know. Yes, Ongenga Technical College strives to nurture the masters of value addition in different areas. Now, before that, as a scholar, we were taught that before you start crossing the Oshana, you must first establish the situation on the ground. We have carried out a market study in 2017, and that was the outcome. We know very well that Ohangwena region is one of those densely biggest region in the country, second to Commerce, as far as the population is concerned. Now, at the time, we only had an Anna vocational training center and one private Onga, and then Ongula. Now, if you look at the number of training institutions at the time versus the population and the situation of young people, the outcome of the study was the region needs at least 10 training institutions. So you can already imagine the market. That was the outcome of the feasibility study that we carried out in 2017. And now, as a training institution, we align ourselves to national goals, national policy frameworks, and also benchmarking from the best practices around from the existing training institutions. We have crafted a mission of becoming Namibia's best and preferred technical training institution. Not to say others are not the best, but at least that's where we want to see ourselves over a certain period of time. And we would really want to do that through training and producing a masters of value addition in technical fields. And we are driven by those core values, skills development. We must first develop the skills. And then we impart entrepreneurship amongst the artisans. It's a common song, and we must inclusively develop our communities and establish enterprises in the communities where we came from, Mr. Flaxman. Some of the pictures there, that's a status quo. We started operations in late 2019. I remember it was the 26th of October when I opened the doors. We are renting in the Nida Industrial Park, and because we must respect the process, yet we should start. We have started offering short courses to young people that have just been sitting down at home, and things like pottery, horticulture, welding, electronics. And you have heard from Ndapewa as one of the first short course trainees who is now testimony to the public, and we have many of them. She's producing gems, trained at Ongenga Technical College. We have an average enrollment rate of 10 trainees per annum. We are not so much into a rush because we are still completing the process of being in good terms with the regulatory authorities. As cumbersome as it is, we have completed it, and that's good news. We have a staff complement of 3 full-time support staff. That's the administrator, and then we sometimes take in interns for finance and so on, and we have the acting head of training. And then we have 4 part-time vet trainers on these different training fields. Those are just some of the pictures of our trainees, the products that they have produced in Ongenga. And of course, we are a formal training institution like any other, and we have the operation structure there, where we have the executive director, and that's myself, and then the head of training. We don't have a head of training yet because we are not in the position to compensate. So I act as a head of training and the director at the same time, and then we have the support staff, and then we have the vet trainers, those part-time colleagues, and then we have the TRCs. Even though they are mostly on short course, we always make sure that at least we have a trainee voice in the decisions as required by the regulatory authorities. Yes, it's a legal requirement for any training institution to have a governance structure, an independent governance council, and the purpose of this body is to provide a strategic advice to the management of the institution on ad hoc basis, and they are doing it on pro bono because we are not in a position to pay them the sitting allowances. But they have done so because they believe that the cause is genuine and the benefits and the impact is far-reaching than just beyond the steps of the office. That's Dr. Ngifindaka, one of the mentors, and she's serving as a chairperson of the council. And then you have Tateshe Uyange there, and then you have Haikuti there, and then you have Professor Kutie, and then myself surrounded by the 4 big minds. Earlier I've mentioned that I've been fortunate to be surrounded and mentored by good minds, and Dr. Kutie is one of them. This gentleman has got a different story. He paid for my postgraduate degree, and I have paid it back, of course. Yes, that is our governance council, and these are not shareholders. They don't have any other interest in the institution than seeing it being at the level where other training institutions are. Yes, in terms of legal compliance, we have all that. We have registered with BIPA, Social Security, we have all those documentations, and you name them. I would wish I would present the registration certificate, but it's not yet out there. Yes. That was myself at the courtesy visit of our Honorable Governor, and believe you me, the local politicians back home are very supportive. They keep knocking at the doors that, gentlemen, are you still there? How is it going? We hear the colleagues are being sent back because they can't afford to pay for the registration fee. Of course, as a commercial entity, we must survive, we must remain afloat on the operations, and therefore we need the NUCO to keep the institution going, though that is not the overall objective. Yeah, and that's our targets, where we wish to see ourselves in the post accreditation and registration phase, at least to make an impact. Because remember, we are in a densely populated region where you have young people that have some have failed grade 10, some have ended up in grade 8, and they have got no room at other training institutions. And therefore, we must really address their training and skills needs to ensure that they make equal meaningful contribution to the development of the land. Yes, as an institution, as an entity, they say you must start small to grow big, but even if you are starting small, you must have a vision. You must see where you want to see yourself as a training institution, and therefore those are the training disciplines that we are interested in. now and in the future. So hopefully in the next 10 years, you will see us training some health staff, some electronic engineers, and so on. At least that's where we want to see ourselves. And it will happen, by the way, because we are determined as an entity. Those pictures that you see around there are taken from the ground. You see some trainees there. That blue Mahangu crusher there that you see is used with the bicycles, produced by the short course trainees. They don't have levels, but yet, at least when somebody has got a desire to reach their full potential, they will be able to do what is required. All those things that you see there, except the hand or the bricks, pictures taken from the ground. And that's our business model. I think there are some training institutions that are doing a bit of the same, especially with the COSTEC, make sure that we don't have graduates, trainees that moves from completing their training and then they go home seated doing nothing. We want to engage as much stakeholders as possible. And what we do, by the way, we engage the industry, the friends, to render assistance. For example, if somebody has completed their training in carpentry, we approach the local business people to buy the basic tools for these colleagues. And we, as an institution, have a small division of assisting them with registering their small businesses, and just to make sure that they don't go home and sit idle. And we have also trained old people, old pensioners in the community that are now, making it, having their small gardens, and they have their small okukus for pottery, and Ndapewa is then one of the cases. Yes, we have acquired some substantial amount of land where we will be constructing our campus. Those are just some of the pictures that were taken from our campus that we are currently constructing. We can't be renting forever. Yes, and we have been engaged into platforms of this nature. We try by all means to seek audience, to expose what we do, and prove to the leadership of this country that young people are not lazy, my seniors. Young people are willing, young people are ready, young people are determined, young people are in for it. They just need a good shoulder to lean on. In conclusion, the service providers alike, I wish to see a good relationship in the TVET industry. The TVET policy is very clear that we should synergize what we need. Nakayale might have it. What we don't have, Nakayale might have it. And therefore, we look forward to have multiple walls that this ladder should lean against, multiple partnerships, both locally and internationally, so that we provide the much needed skills to young people and we eventually industrialize. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ongenga. Before we stop, I've been told that this, they need to get the podium away. I don't know if this podium has been naughty. I don't think it's been stable enough, but, but they need to ship it out. However, before the young two people go away, I would like to call back Mr. Flaxen, please, because these are some of your products. These are people that have been inspired by you, and I promise I'll have you having your lunch in a minute. Just 1 second. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, I am truly inspired by the testimony as expressed by the two entrepreneurs. It is true, as I was quoted, that I say so, that young people must be the drivers and agent of change in the communities where they come from. And you see, it starts with an idea. It starts with an idea. Even when man goes to war, the whole idea to go to war starts with the mind of a person. And the other things comes later, the money, the what have you and all that. Remember, to run a business successfully, you need 6 M's. M's, 6. The first one is management. The second one is manpower. The third one is market. The fourth one is material. The fifth one is machinery. And then the money. So, I think what you have really achieved is a trendsetter. And I really want to encourage you to continue to believe that it can be done despite the odds. It can be done despite the odds. So that is very critical, really. And I think you can continue in your community, in your village, in your region, to continue to inspire other young people. That is really the way I see young people can liberate themselves from all the challenges that they face in Namibia. Yes, they look towards Luderit's policy or what have you that I've been talking about. What I was talking about is a blue economy. And entrepreneurs have to sniff for opportunities. They have to sniff around. Certainly, there is no sea in the northern regions here. Remember the blue economy when you talk about the diamonds that are found at sea, the fish that is found at sea, the oil that is found at sea, the trading between states of the world, most of it takes place at the sea. 70% of the earth consists of water, of which the ocean constitutes a large portion of that. If we disturb the ocean irresponsibly, we don't keep it clean, we dump, foreign material like plastics and what have you, dirt, then the ocean will not be able to provide for us, including the green hydrogen. All these things depend on the sea. So I just really wanted to congratulate you. And as I step off from the podium, I must just indicate that our company, Luderit's Waterfront Development Company, together with the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, next February, in the Karas region, we are going to run a youth-focused program, call it a conference or a seminar or a workshop if you like, focusing on specific opportunities that is available for the young people around the Neketel Dam in the south and also in the green hydrogen space. We have done a lot of homework already, and we want to attract young people across the country. We have been able to reach out to experts that are involved in the agricultural space, because that dam is huge. It has cost the country a lot of money. So what type of crops are going to come around there? When? What are the opportunities for TVET, employment opportunity, investment opportunity, small-scale agricultural farming? But I've been clear also to say that the departure point, in my opinion, should be we need also to learn lessons to the investment that has gone in the Kavango, even in the Zambezi region, as to whether the investment that we have put in is equal to the return on investment today. If not, we cannot be able to say, well, we've been there, Kalibeza, whatever, but there is no figures that can justify the investment. So when we go there in the Neketal Dam, we must be clear in terms of lessons learned, so that we don't repeat the mistakes. So thank you very much, Director of Ceremony.
Thank you, sir. I must say personally, Ongenga, when you mentioned that she's also a product of your institution, I don't know who felt that. Mercy. Wow. Anyway, it is, I'm a snob for time. It is 1:02. Madam Kashiongwa, I don't know if I should let the gentleman just pose his question so that you chew on it during lunch as well. Yeah? Then when we just kick off, we just kick off with everything you have pondered, yeah? I'll let you have your lunch. I just want your mindsets while they're active.
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon. My name is Abed. I'm from NCS. My question goes to the other presenter from the Minister of Industrialization and Trade. I hope he's here. Good. Two simple questions. I know in the presentation there was a map showing some business park or something like that. Yes, those red dots. My question was, are these parks available in all towns and village councils? I know there are new village councils, and I hope, I know the other day, some youth, they were talking about inavailability of land. Even if they have graduated from TVET, they have this qualification, they have ideas, but to establish a business, that become a problem. Now, my question is, how is the ministry addressing the issue of the incubation center, for example? Are they maybe constantly building in these towns? I know we have the people that we serve, especially those that we engage in workshops. When they come out of incarceration, they come out with a whole lot of information, skills, and they would want to start something for themselves. But in most cases, they have nowhere to start. There are no incubation centers. In some cases, we do make references to community centers, but yeah, those are a few cases. I hope there will be some answers to these questions. Maybe also to say, these incubation centers or unit in the business park, are there requirements? Sometimes there are those stringent requirements, especially on these people that we serve. They become very vulnerable. For instance, if they apply for a government job in these government applications, there's a question that always say, do you have criminal record? Now, if you say yes, I'm not sure how the outcome will be, but I'm just, questioning to say, are there programs that are in place to establish incubation centers by the ministry? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we'll get to the questions after lunch. If you do give me permission to permit you to go for lunch, I would happily do so. Then we come back at, let's say, 1:10, depends on how the space. Are we ready for lunch? Yes. All right, let me release you. We go for lunch, but I also want to show off something, by the way. Did you see my hands in the pocket? Traditionally, I think my fellow Zambesians, they would say, you don't speak to the elders with your hands in the pocket. But there's something about us women. So this jumpsuit was made by Wendy. It's a tailor who's been making my clothes for 5 years. She's also a TVET graduate. So she's based, she and her partner are based in Windhoek near Venhill, just opposite the School of the Arts. I hate shopping. I don't have that female gene. But when I met this girl 6 years ago, I always wear traditional. So she makes me look good. And as women, we have this thing of, oh, Mercy, you look good. Oh, yeah. Well, who made your dress? It's got even pockets. We don't even remember to say who made our dress. Did you see? So just to encourage you, say, hey, with TVET, guys, you are dressing us. You are making us look good. So with us, please, you are feeding us and whatnot, but now we need to go be fed by NTA and the conference. I'm excusing you. So all the guests as well, we are in the tent. You'll be led to where you'll be having your lunch. Let's let our guests and speakers eat first so that they can share their knowledge on food tummies.
Bom, 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 bom,
Be a man of bravery, be a man of bravery. This is what you are, this is what you are,